I'm Connor Richards. I'm from St. John's University. I'm majoring in sports management and I'm a member of the FIFA team.
My name is Daniel Polishuk. I'm a freshman at St. John's University majoring in sport management, and I am on the FIFA Esports team.
Hello, my name is Tom Stanowski. I'm from DePaul University majoring in computer science, and I will be playing with the Overwatch team.
Hello, my name is Jacob Ahrens. I am the president of Niagara University Esports. I'm a junior here at Niagara, studying computer information sciences as well as history, and I am the captain of the League of Legends team.
I'm George Hill. I'm a senior here at NU, and I'm captain of our Smash team.
Hi everyone, my name is Tyler McNair. I'm a senior at Niagara University studying education, and I think we at Niagara University are excited to participate in the Vincentian Cup just because it's a unique opportunity to foster those positive relationships with our fellow Vincentian schools and compete in a fun environment.
I'm excited for us to compete because this is an event that I think can draw a lot of excitement and really build a following with our student body and other fans of esports locally.
I'm excited for our university to be a part of the Vincentian Cup because not only are these showdowns where school spirit shines the most, but it's also quite an exclusive opportunity that is streamed, that people are able to rally behind and support each other.
To me, the Vincentian mission is all about giving back to the community, giving back to people who may not be in the greatest position of success and making sure that they have the chance to do so. It means always thinking about others.
To me, the Vincentian mission, it's all about bettering the community you live in and bettering communities that are around you. And I think that helping the less fortunate is one of the most rewarding things you can do as a person, and it just makes the world a better place.
Within our esports team, our tagline is good luck, have fun, be Vincentian. And of course, this could mean a lot of things, but personally for me, it means that with competitive esports comes a lot of frustration and also a lot of learning. And I think it's important for teams to retain a positive mental attitude rather than turning towards toxicity.
I think esports at Niagara has given students another opportunity to connect with the community.
I see the mission show up for our team just because, especially what St. John's calls the spirit of compassionate concern for others, being a part of a team and a program like this, you see that there's a sense of community and everyone has each other's back.
I think we're excited to participate in the event with the other Vincentian universities because video games just provides that fun and competitive environment where like-minded people can show off their hard work and dedication that they've put into their games this year.
I'm excited to participate in this event with other Vincentian universities because, like I said before, all of us are able to do something we collectively enjoy, just playing video games, and we're able to meet people who share those common interests from across the country, while coming together to honor St. Vincent's legacy by contributing to the community, which is something that all our schools truly embody.
I think one of the most significant parts of St. Vincent de Paul's mission that's resonated with me is helping those who are less fortunate. Every semester at Niagara University, we really try to put in the effort through service projects in our clubs and things to really give back to the community.
I think the 5 Vincentian virtues such as clarity and purpose are really key as it leads and gives people directions in their lives.
What is going on, guys, gals, and other pals? I am Septilins here with Cool J, and we have the honor today of welcoming you to the Vincentian Esports Cup, a celebration of Vincentian universities across the country, including DePaul University in Chicago, Illinois, Niagara University in Niagara County, New York, and New York and St. John's in New York City. Our first matchup today is going to be St. John and Niagara, and it's going to be an amazing day, and we're so happy to have you here with us.
Yeah, we're really excited to see what's going to go on throughout the day here. Going to be some Smash Bros. Action going on, and for one, I'm really excited to see it.
Yeah, you and me both. I absolutely love this game. I've been playing it for, more than a decade. I've been playing this game series for a very long time, and I'm excited to see what these schools have to offer because at this point, these truly are going to be the best of these teams and these schools as a whole. And today's going to be a great day. We've got a lot of Smash Bros. Heading up for you guys, so stick around because it's going to be a fantastic day to watch.
Niagara University is really where I became the more confident version of myself. I always had the drive, but they really showed me the way to get it done. Now, I'm ready to take on law school and the world.
DePaul University. Here, we do what others don't, dream what others won't. A diverse community possessed with a passion to know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. DePaul University. Here, we do.
And that, my friends, is just a glimpse of what these schools can offer to help anybody out worldwide in anything that they truly want to, including esports, in which all of these schools have been so beneficial and helpful for these teams to grow. And as we move into our first matchup, as you can see below us here, it's going to be Niagara University versus St. John's University. We're going to have Tin Can representing Niagara and Thitco representing St. John's University. We don't know their characters yet, but no matter who they play, this is destined to be a great match, as it is our first one of the day.
Yeah, we're pretty excited to get into it. In these teams, we have seen them throughout the year. I believe St. John's is one of the better teams that we've had in the EGF. But of course, in the Vincentian Cup, all bets are off. What happened before matters no more. And we're getting ready to get on into it here. Oh, okay.
Absolutely. And it's going to be an Ike matchup versus Pikachu. And immediately, Pikachu has a mild advantage, just that speed and opposition to be able to zone Ike out of these close engagements. Ike really gets to thrive early on in these close-up fights, and Pikachu might be able to take advantage of that with those neutral B abilities, that lightning ball we just saw there. Right now, however, Ike, a much heavy hitter, so Pikachu has to put in a lot more work to find the damage. Tin Can playing that heavy hitter, that juggernaut of a character against Pikachu, who's very lightweight. It's going to be difficult for this Pikachu to find that high value, but the survivability is definitely here for both. As long as Pikachu here, Ditko keeps their distance, but they're really not doing that quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, really the big thing on Ike, he's going to be trying to hit those nairs, and you see it right there. He gets so much damage. One of the things you say with an Ike player is there's always a chance for a comeback, because they just do so much damage. They're never out of the game. You can find very low percent kills. Now, that one wasn't necessarily that low percent, but Thitco is bringing it right back on this Pikachu, evening things up, and this is what I really like to see. So far, these two players seeming pretty evenly matched, bringing it back and forth. Nobody getting a huge advantage just yet, aside from, as you mentioned, the matchup advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. The matchup advantage is definitely here with Thitco, definitely trying to take the lead once again. Like you said, Ike can be down, but is never out until all those stocks are off the table. And Tin Can, obviously giving us a great representation of that here. They definitely know the matchup. They know that they're on the lesser side. They are our current underdog here, just in terms of the matchup alone. But Tin Can take a lot more damage than Thitco, but are they going to find the opportunity to get aggressive? And this Thitco just never gives them the room to breathe. I think this is really where they're going to start to struggle.
Oh! A huge hit there from Thitco, and that is big because it puts Tin Can on the last stock, but oh no, that could have been dangerous. Almost SD'd, but is able to recover. That was a nice little combo attempt. Tin Can making some great plays to get out of it there, but that one could have been dangerous.
Absolutely, and Tin Can now has that mild disadvantage once again, and if Ditko can take them off the map just like that, Tin Can finds the reset. Now it's only a 35% difference between these two teams.
All right, and here we go, going into the last stock. Of course, that damage difference is in favor of Ditko right now, and they are doing so much work. Can he find the finisher?
Yeah, we see Tin Can 85% now. That's not a very high percentage against an Ike player, but Ditko, if they're able to find a throw off the map, we know that Ike does not thrive at all in terms of living off the side of the map. It's going to be unable to find the value early on. We see Tin Can just kind of farming up that percent once again. Ditko getting danger close to death, going to be knocked clean off the map. Ditko is going to be the first to fall. Tin Can takes the advantage just barely in what should have been a lost matchup.
Yeah, in that, I mean, really what you just said, that's Ike in a nutshell, you know? Really, you can say the advantages and disadvantages any which way you want, and you're absolutely right. As we take a look at the replay here, look at that kill blow. Really no chance there for Ditko. Should have teched.
Yeah, no, Ditko, like you said, there was just simply no chance. They were unable to follow up off the back of that, and the damage... Ike, known for being a heavy hitter, that's exactly what he was here today. We see these eliminations coming through, and at one point, it really came down to the wire. It was that one-to-one matchup, that back-to-back. They each had a single stock, but Tin Can, just being that heavy hitter, had the opportunity to live a little bit longer, tank a little bit more damage. Ditko wasn't given that same opportunity and definitely paid the price. Now, the question moving forward is, do we think Ditko's going to swap here? Because this is the type of game where you don't really have a lot of characters. You just have one or two you're really good with. Now, what characters can Ditko pick here to really counter this Ike?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I feel I can't quite remember Ditko's character pool. I feel like usually Pikachu is not something that you would just main. You would usually have like a secondary or two with that pick.
Right.
So, but I'm not sure that he would necessarily want to switch it up. I'm thinking if I'm Ditko, I feel like I played that pretty well. There were just a couple small mistakes that I made that really ended up taking me out of the game. So I would kind of look going into the second game like, I got to clean things up just a little bit, and then Tin Can, he's all mine. I got the points for my team, you know. But we'll see. Maybe he'll feel about it a little differently. Nope, we are going to be seeing the Ditto running it back. All right, now what are you going to be expecting here? How can Ditko change things up?
Ditko playing on a similar play style. There's no platforms for this Pikachu to really utilize, and Tin Can definitely going to have the value off the back of that, and that gives Ditko a lot less places to run. Tin Can now can dump in the damage, and as long as they can play mid-stage, they're really going to find the advantage over this Pikachu. They are tanking a lot of damage simply because they know Ditko can take a lot less. Already 75% on this Pikachu, and Tin Can finding the first elimination in less than 30 seconds. Ditko's definitely got to be sweating now.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane damage, and this is what is so difficult about playing against an Ike. They can really just pound out the damage. Oh my goodness. And he's trying to do it some more here, getting a nice little grab, but can't really follow up on it. Ditko is trying to use Pikachu's agility to try and avoid some of these plays, and it is working, but not working quite well enough for him so far.
Yeah, definitely not working well enough at all. Tin Can finally up to that 118%, but Ike is so heavy that that down B is not going to take him off the map quite yet. Ditko got to put in maybe 20, 30 more percent to really convincingly take him off this map, and that little damage right there might be the difference maker if Ditko can just find the damage to get that knockback once again.
All right, let's see. But remember, Ditko is still down a stock. Any damage that Tin Can gets right now is basically free damage towards this next stock. Really, Ditko is just trying to even things up right now, but Tin Can almost sends him for a ride, sends him flying off stage.
Oh! Yeah,
and he
Ditko gonna lose
misses
that.
the recover.
Recovery down the drain there. Tin Can almost looking for a 3-stock at this point, and even if they don't find one, they are in such an advantageous position that they can really start to take advantage of this Pikachu and just dump in, like you called it, that extra damage.
Yeah, I mean, just more, this is more extra credit here. He's continuing. He goes through class, he aces the test, and then he stays after school to study a little bit more. Absolutely crazy stuff from him right now. And he has that full reach, too.
Yeah, full rage Ike is a terrifying thing to deal with no matter what character you are, especially one as weak as Pikachu. They are able to find the knockback on the Tin Can, take them off the map, and the rage goes with it. So that's going to be a great position for this Pikachu to be in, but they're still down over an entire stock. But this aerial chain here is going to be dangerous. Tries to find the knockback off the stage. If they can keep Ike off the map, that's really where Ike struggles. But right now, Fitco instead extends their own hitbox and ends up taking a little bit more damage from this Ike.
All right, let's see Fitco here. He is trying to make the comeback. Oh my goodness. Oh, it doesn't kill. Okay.
The eye comes in favor of Fitco here.
They have a second life. They've been given second win. Can they do something with it, though? They still need to even up and bring him down to the last stock.
Yeah, the last
in damage.
stock. I mean, there's still an entire stock left online here for Tin Can. Fitco trying to find it, but now at 107% themselves. Tin Can able to avoid that dangerous forward smash. It looks like that may be the same reason that they're going to be able to live here. Oh, we see that was almost lethal. A single hit onto this Pikachu will be disastrous, and that is going to send Fitco packing once again.
I submit to no
Yeah. I mean, really just great stuff there from this Ike player. Incredible. Fitco and the Pikachu. It was a valiant effort, but just could not get it going.
Yeah, a valiant effort indeed. We saw there were definitely some opportunities where they really got to shine, and Fitco definitely found a couple opportunities, but Tin Can simply just found those opportunities better. Ike just hit so heavy and so quickly that there was nothing Fitco could have done. I mean, there were definitely good moments for the Pikachu, but after Tin Can got warmed up, that was a much worse round for them than our first one.
All right. And as well, Tin Can for Niagara University earned 5 points that round. Of course, 2 points for the overall best of 3 win, 2 points, and then 1 point for each stock, so 3 more total. That's a pretty solid start, honestly. Points can be pretty hard to come by, as we've seen in these crew battles throughout the season. 5-0 is a very, very good start. I mean, in addition to that dominant performance from Tin Can.
Yeah, no doubt on that at all. And like you said, 5-0 to start it off is a phenomenal setup for these players. Niagara, they've got a very large advantage very early on. That back-to-back win in favor of them from Tin Can really does set them up to take a series.
Yeah, I mean, anything is really on the board now, but it's really up to St. John's to try and come back now after that strong start from Niagara. Niagara, they have all the momentum. They're exactly where they want to be. They can kind of take a breath because they got that opening that they need. It takes a little bit of pressure off the rest of their guys. Now, they still have to go, the guys and gals, of course, they still have to go and get the job done. But, you know, it's just every little bit makes it a little bit, you get that little bit closer to the win, and sometimes that's all you need.
Yeah, absolutely. Niagara University, they've got that 5-0 lead, but that by no means guarantees a victory for them here today. They've got the momentum. Question is, are they going to be able to keep it moving forward? And as we have new players being subbed in for both of these teams, that momentum could swap in the blink of an eye. Just because Fitco wasn't able to clutch out quite like they wanted to doesn't mean the rest of St. John's is going to mirror that same energy.
Yeah, and it looks like we're already starting to get ready for our next one. It's going to be between Aloma Mola from St. John's. Try saying that one 5 times fast. And, of course, Mbrock from Niagara. And now this one should certainly be interesting. But I don't know what to expect from these two. I feel like I remember Mbrock putting up some good performances throughout the year.
Yeah, Mbrock, definitely a name that I briefly recognized as well. I wasn't completely sure, and then I looked into it, and no, I definitely do end up recognizing that name. But Niagara, Mbrock, can they keep the momentum? Now we see Aloma Mola. Wow, yeah, that is a mouthful. Now we see them coming in for St. John's, and, you know, can they come out maybe a little bit hotter than we saw? Can they come out and do a little more damage? Maybe even just a single victory under the belt for St. John's is going to be great, because if Niagara takes this next one in a 2-0 matchup, they're going to be dangerously in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, really, that's where it gets very, very difficult, because points are so hard to come by. I mean, think about it, right? A 2 stock and a 1 stock is 5 points. You know, where are you going to get those points back? Yeah, I mean, at that point, and once you go down 2-0 in terms of the sets, if you're down 8 to 10 points, 8 to 12 points, you're starting to look at, you need some 3 stocks from your guys to bring it back. And, you know, that's a tough ask, really, honestly, and it can be very difficult. Puts a lot of pressure on the players.
And not only does it put that pressure on the players, but asking for a 3-0 at any skill level is simply, I mean, it's a hard thing to pull off. You need to not lose a single stock against your opponent, which even if you are better than them, it's still a very hard thing to pull off successfully. So St. John's, they're really going to have to find these points quick. They're going to have to look for a 2-0 victory themselves if they want to tie this up, maybe even take the lead if we see those 3 stocks. It looks like we are still waiting for player picks here to really decide what they want to be playing, and they may be going through their map pool as well, trying to decide what map to be playing on. And I mean, we don't really see matchups like Ike versus Pikachu very often, and as common as it is to believe Pikachu is going to get that, that's the second matchup I've cast on stream where the Ike ends up winning. So that's definitely something to keep in mind, is maybe these Ike players are evolving a little bit more than we had anticipated from this point.
No.
And the final swap coming through, yeah, the last thing I think the Smash Bros. Community wants is for Ike players to evolve, because that is a terrifying thing to consider. Sword fighters as a whole.
What if they learn that they have other moves?
Oh, if they learn there's other moves other than neutral and side B, that is a day I do not want to be around. Because going up against an Ike player that uses more than a B button is terrifying. And as we move in, we've got one of my personal favorite characters coming from Embrock, Mr. Game & Watch, up against Aloma Mola, who's going to be on that Joker, a character notorious for the amount of damage they can deal very quickly.
Yeah, Joker, especially once they're up and fully charged, can do so much damage. But, of course, really a feast or famine character, but right now Aloma Mola is feasting. They're doing all kinds of damage early on, building up 70% onto Embrock with just really mostly projectiles, it seemed like.
Yeah, most definitely the projectile advantage, and Embrock's name was familiar to me, and now I remember why. They are a Game & Watch player, which is something that I admire 100% of the time, and Embrock got quite a few good reads on oh my goodness, on Joker here, and Embrock's not just finding the value off the back of them. They've eaten several projectiles with the bucket. They just simply can't find the damage. We see Joker already up an entire stock, and Embrock barely able to confirm 50%.
Yeah, I mean, we're really just seeing Embrock struggling to punish. Like you mentioned, they're finding the openings. They're just not hitting the openings. Right. And Aloma Mola now is at such a huge advantage, able to do so much damage right now, trying to push it through, but Embrock now maybe trying to find some of his momentum.
Yeah, Embrock playing Game & Watch, one of the lightest characters in the entire game, and Aloma Mola on this Joker, like I said earlier, can dump damage very quickly, so a character as light as Game & Watch really going to struggle, but Embrock there with phenomenal placement, absolutely just zoned out that entire Arsene. And that puts Aloma Mola back at a mild disadvantage, as Arsene not being online. Joker does a lot less damage, and now Embrock trying to find that off-map shot, but unable to do so yet. Another perfect shield coming out. Great defensive play from Embrock to this point. We just need to see offensive player to match that.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, Embrock right now, they are finding the extra credit damage, or sorry, they're getting extra credit damage onto them for every second that they aren't finding this kill blow onto Aloma Mola. Aloma Mola, such high percent right now, but still has not lost the stock.
There it is.
And there we go. All I had to do was cast a curse him, and he goes flying right off the stage.
At the end of the day, it's always the caster curse that turns somebody back into one of these. And Embrock with phenomenal, probably the most bucket usage I've ever seen from a Game & Watch player, but it's definitely been making a difference. That's really part of the reason they've been surviving for so long. They are going to up B right into a shot from Aloma Mola and put themselves into that kill percentage area. 125%. Game & Watch was killable 45% ago, so the fact that Embrock is still alive here, just a feat on how defensive and how well this Game & Watch player has been performing for us so far. Aloma Mola, however, really looking to confirm this, because St. John's, they're still down, so they're really trying to find these kills with one or maybe even two stocks onto Niagara, but right now, I mean, Embrock is just refusing to die.
Yeah, I mean, not dying is definitely a very good trait to have, but ideally, you would like to have a second trait alongside not dying. Embrock, they finally lose that second stock there. Definitely took way more damage than they should ever reasonably take, but still struggled to do much of anything. Didn't do very much damage. Was able to take that first stock off of Aloma Mola, but did not even get close to taking another one. Now that Arsene is out, I don't know if you've noticed this, but it seems like as soon as Arsene comes out, Embrock starts doing a ton of damage. And I don't know if Aloma Mola maybe takes his guard down, thinking that his power level is much higher. but it seems like most of the damage from this Game & Watch player has come when Arsene is out.
No, I've definitely noticed that as well, and it's funny you bring that up because with the Game & Watch player, you'd expect them to be tucking their tail and running from Arsene as far as they can, but I definitely agree. That's when Mbrock is really dumping in this damage, and not only is it a very risky play coming from a character as light as Game & Watch, but Alomomola with Arsene out, like that Joker could flick this Game & Watch and send him into the stratosphere, especially at 90%. We see Mbrock, I mean, they're really on their last leg. This has been not only a very long series, we're nearly 4 minutes into this first matchup, but Mbrock so far just refusing to die, but it's always going to be those aerials from Alomomola that's able to find the eliminations off the back of it. It's going to be a 2-stock victory for Niagara, or not for Niagara, for St. John's, excuse me, and I mean, we see Alomomola, they're trying to bring him back into this.
And what a way it is to bring them back into it. St. John's with Alomomola is fighting back. And you know, the thing is, I really liked what Mbrock was doing, but I feel like Alomomola just was playing the matchup so much better. When when he didn't have the Arsene available, you see him, he'll just pepper in damage, taking advantage of those projectiles, and then going in to get the big hits, the big damage, as you see right there, the smash attack, taking that stock away. In Mbrock, I feel like he was trying to play like a counterattack style, trying to get that damage onto Alomomola when he was getting pushed on. And so maybe that's why when Arsene came out, he was doing so much damage, because Alomomola was really trying to rush him down during that period. But I really would have liked to see Mbrock just kind of play a little bit more aggressively. It's clear that he was able to try and deal with the projectiles really well, but there was just no damage coming back in return. And so, you know, at some point, no matter how good you are, I mean, think about soccer, you know, the best goalies in the world, they're still going to let in a couple goals, you know? So
yeah.
you just let them try and score on you over and over. 1 or 2 of them are going to hit, and you're not getting any damage back on them. So that's just no way to play.
Yeah, oh, and we're going to go right back into this matchup. And honestly, even though Mbrock lost in the 2-stock disadvantage, I could definitely see why they want to keep up this momentum and stay on Game & Watch. When they were playing well, they were playing in a phenomenal position, especially with a character with a skill ceiling as high as Game & Watch. Mbrock was doing a phenomenal job, and they're coming out with the damage very early on, already finding 30% onto Alomomola. That might be the largest combo we've seen from Mbrock so far.
Yeah, and this is what I like to see. Mbrock feeling themselves right now, going in, doing all kinds of damage, and I want to see more of that. They go and get a really great combo there at the start, doing, oh my goodness, and they're still going. They're still going. Arsene is out now for Alomomola though, and Mbrock needs to be careful.
Yeah, this is very similar to our last matchup. The first round, actually, it's almost the complete opposite. We saw Alomomola had pretty much a stranglehold on that first engagement, and now Mbrock definitely finding some high value off the back of this one, 81%. Already, this is a very close matchup with Mbrock weighing so much less. Joker definitely has the advantage here. It's going to take them a little bit longer to be launched, where Mbrock, they're already in their kill percentage.
They are indeed, but as Arsene goes away, that means that Mbrock has an opening here to try and get a little bit more damage. Hopefully they can finish off this stock at around the same time, or maybe even beat Alomomola to the stock. That would be huge, especially after how much momentum they lost in Game 1.
Yeah, no doubt on that. We definitely want to see Mbrock find that first stock early on, and then try to find that extra credit, that extra percent we saw coming from Alomomola. So if Mbrock can put themselves in that advantageous position, especially as a Game & Watch player, any percent is extra percent to even stay alive, as Game & Watch can be launched as low as 40-50% depending on what the situation is, and they're trying to find those kills early on. We know Game & Watch not notorious for his kill moves, he's just one to rack up damage.
Yeah, they are racking up the damage now, but like you said, need to find that kill move. Now at 136%, they are building up the rage on this Joker, and Arsene is about to come out. It's going to be very dangerous for Mbrock to exist on stage right now.
Yeah, Mbrock is getting danger close to a single move here. Even just a single dash attack might take Mbrock off the map. We saw that was just a small forward aerial, and Alomomola almost found the elimination onto Mbrock right there. Yeah,
and there it is.
I think the proper move here might have been to time out Arsene a little bit more, but now they're trying to find the kill themselves, able to do so.
Okay.
To tie it right back off 2-2 stocks here. Mbrock desperately trying to come back in this.
And what I really like about that is they eliminated any chance of the extra credit damage, gets that stock back almost immediately. I really think the extra credit damage had such a huge impact, made it so much more difficult for Mbrock to come back into this game, especially since Game & Watch is so light. Now with the damage evened up, a great grounding there as well. Arson does come out, but look at these projectiles taking so much time off the clock. But now Alomomola back on stage, Mbrock still playing aggressively.
Yeah, definitely playing aggressively, and they really can afford to do so. They've now got the percentage advantage, and probably the first time since the beginning of this second round here. And Alomomola, you've got to be sweating a little bit. This Game & Watch just feels like a whole different person than you were playing against. Just one round to go. Mbrock now doing much more damage, playing much more impressive than we saw from that first engagement.
Yeah, and I gotta say the bucket usage, you talked about it earlier, but I just want to harp on it again. It's incredible from Mbrock. I did talk about the goalie. He is, he's not going to be able to stop them all. But the amount of damage that he's able to mitigate with the bucket is really incredible. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And that was just a style play, ladies and gentlemen. He just said, you know what? We both die.
That was pure style.
I can.
Mbrock knew the recovery wasn't coming back. They went too far on that forward air trying to find the bomb onto Alomomola, but they found the spike with the recovery instead to parachute. Takes the Joker off the map, and Mbrock, that was a very risky play. Hopefully it pays off.
Old move, Cotton. We'll see how it plays out for him as we go into this final stock. Almost evened up on damage, and these two players, they've been playing their hearts out throughout this series. Mbrock, a great effort to try and bring things back after how difficult it was in the first set for them, but now Arson is almost ready, and it's going to be very difficult with Mbrock at 60%. It's going to be very dangerous for him on the stage right now, but he is keeping up the aggression. Can they get the win and bring us to a game 3? Remains to be seen. Oh, that was a huge projectile hit there from Alomomola.
Yeah, we see Mbrock just trying to keep the series alive, because if Alomomola wins here, it's going to be a 2-0 once again, this time in favor of St. John's. Yes, St. John's, and they're desperately trying to keep this alive as well. They want to find that back-to-back 2-0, but Mbrock putting up much more of a fight than we saw earlier. This Game & Watch just relentless so far, ruthless in terms of the attack he's putting out. They've got to be careful though getting back on stage. They keep diving forward, and they just keep falling right into the sword attacks from Alomomola, and that's really starting to rack up some extra damage. 85 to 112. Mbrock with the down air there, with the down B there, trying to find damage off the back of it, just desperately looking to do anything. Just, the helmet cannot come out enough. The shields from Alomomola are constantly there to make sure they find no damage. Now it's really going to come down to which one of these players hits and it's going to be Alomomola. Mbrock, I'm upset to see them go already. That was some amazing Game & Watch gameplay.
On to the next trial.
Wow. I mean, I guess what I love about Mbrock there is they never gave up. They never lost confidence. They just kept going with this aggressive style. And here we're going to see the final blow there. He lives and dies by the sword. So they made some great plays throughout this series, but that aggressive style, what really lost it for them, because I don't really see any reason why they should have been jumping into an aerial from a Joker. It was just really a questionable decision.
Yeah, definitely a questionable decision. And Mbrock, I said it already, but it is a shame to see you go. Absolutely put on a very flashy show, but when you jump into a Joker aerial, there's only one place you're going, and that's the graveyard. So Mbrock, unfortunately, was eliminated by that. I mean, I think we saw them eliminated by that aerial maybe 3 or 4 times. So that definitely not a great look. But as soon as we talked about this earlier, Niagara, they had a 5-point lead. Now it's tied 5-5. That's all St. John's needed to do to bring themselves back to this series. And as Dark Cat and Mr. L come alive, Mr. L, if I'm not mistaken, of a name to watch out for in this series, this matchup as a whole, a very impressive player. It's really going to come down to which one of these can set the momentum back in their team's favor.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a fun one to watch between those two. I know personally Mr. L has tried to hand out many L's throughout the season. Been successful sometimes, been not so successful other times. I'm really excited to see what these two have for us when they come out on the stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those of you just joining us, a friend of mine messaged me and said people in chat were asking this question earlier. This is obviously a crew battle. There's going to be 5 matchups. We are now about to be entering our 3rd. So it's Ditko versus Tin Can from St. John's and Niagara, respectively. Then we just finished Aloma Mola versus Mbrock, and now we're going to be moving into Dark Cat from Niagara against Mr. L from St. John's. So just to catch you guys up, there'll be this one, there'll be 2 more after this, and then that'll be the end of that crew battle. We'll move on to another one. But just in case you're just joining us, that's what you've missed, and they have been some incredible matches so far. So the rest of this series is destined for greatness.
Yeah, and I mean, to your point as well, I'm just going to go into our format a little bit. So, you know, it is that crew battle. We've got all 5 members from both Niagara and St. John's facing it down. And in their individual duels, they'll earn points for their team. So if they win their best of 3, that's 2 points. And then they get 1 point for each stock that they had left. So in that last one, of course, Aloma Mola got a 2-0 and a 1-0. 2 stock and a 1 stock. So he got 5 points, 2 for winning, and then 3 more for the stocks he had left over, which, as we mentioned earlier, tied up the score, which makes this even more interesting going forward. Honestly, I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, honestly, it's going to be, I mean, hopefully this is another phenomenal matchup. And after watching Game & Watch gameplay, which is one of my favorite characters in the entire game, it's awesome to see that, but it's going to be, I'll be mildly upset as I don't think we're going to see one here, but I'm very excited to see Mr. L and Dark Cat. I haven't seen Dark Cat yet, so this is going to be a new player for me coming from Niagara, and hopefully they can really put their money where their mouth is, because Mr. L is a notorious player here.
Well, I will say I have had the pleasure of watching Dark Cat a couple times, and they have also been more of an inconsistent player. Sometimes they put up really great performances. Other times they just kind of get shut down. So it really could go either way between these two. I think they're both good players. And I think really either one could take it. I think it's really just on who is going to show up today. And I think that's going to make a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, it really comes down to who shows up today, who comes out a little bit stronger, who wants this win just a little bit more, who can find those combos just a little more consistently. It's going to be Mr. L versus Dark Cat. Which one of these players is really going to find their value? And as I hear the ready up sound in my ears from the heavens above, we are going to jump into this next matchup between these 2 players. I don't know who they're going to be playing quite yet, but I'm going to find out just about the same time as you all at home. It's going to be a Pikachu versus a Dark Samus. So that is going to be a matchup that I don't really expect to see ever.
Yeah, 2 of the less common characters. Pikachu, of course, is not as strong in Ultimate as the character was before, and then Dark Samus exists.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Dark Samus, one of the first, I don't even remember what they're called, Shadow Fighters or whatever, and the first eliminated here. Wow, definitely not a good look for Dark Cat as they are eliminated right away, but now seeing they play Dark Samus, the name Dark Cat does make a little bit more sense. Mr. L here on that Pikachu, trying to hand out those L's quickly in less than 20 seconds. A stock already down from Dark Cat, so now Mr. L in that extra percent scenario.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, handing out the L's with the quickness. It's coming right down through there, trying to get more damage, trying to get that extra credit, but actually, Dark Cat.
Yeah, Dark Cat able to bring it back already. I mean, almost a 0 to death combo on a Mr. L there. Not a clean one, but no, that was a 0 to death combo. Onto Dark Cat from Mr. L, handing out another L back to back here. These 2 players are just taking turns sending each other home.
I mean, they're taking turns sending each other to the style universe. Oh my goodness. So much damage. I wanted to talk about how Dark Cat had gone through, didn't allow any extra credit points, took that stock without taking any damage, and Mr. L was like, nah. This is my lead.
Dang, Mr. L, he took an L and handed it right back to Dark Cat off that. That was phenomenal combos right in a row. Great job. And now, I mean, this looks like this could already be over. This is a much faster matchup than we just saw from that Game & Watch series. We see Mr. L. I mean, there's not even 2 minutes off the clock yet. Mr. L's looking to end this one.
I mean, that is to be expected with these 2 characters. Oh, I thought that was going to be the final.
But life.
Both Pikachu and Dark Samus really love to play a much faster style. So I guess it's not that surprising, but oh my goodness, Mr. L really, he is kicking butt and chewing bubble gum. He's all out of gum. So
for real. And the flashiness of recovering underneath the stage. absolutely amazing. Mr. L just putting on a show, and Dark Cat here to help. No doubt these two, it's just going to be phenomenal. And Mr. L, that's just cleanup crew. That's going to be a very convincing win for that Pikachu player there.
Yeah. Dark Cat. Let's check out these replays. I want to see some of this stuff. So Dark Cat here. Oh, this is our final blow. And he just goes right down at him. I mean, the dodge comes through, trying to avoid. I would have liked to see him roll, maybe. Instead of dodging back, roll through Pikachu. But I'm not sure if it makes a difference. This one was kind of dirty. The SD, you hate to see that.
The SD really in the first 20 seconds of the matchup. I'm sure Dark Cat definitely did not feel good after that one.
I mean, it was a 2-stock. Mr. L was flashing his way across the stage. But, you know, if I'm Dark Cat, I still feel pretty confident. The SD hurts. A lot of things didn't go my way. But really, Mr. L, I think, wants to play this flashy playstyle really to a T, almost to a fault. And we could see Dark Cat, if he can clean up just a little bit, he can start trying to punish some of those mistakes, really.
Yeah, I think we could see Dark Cat come back from this a little bit, but Mr. L, just relentless damage, never gave them the room to breathe. Maybe if Dark Cat can find a little bit more space just simply to exist, play a little bit more mid-stage, because as soon as Pikachu gets you off stage, that's really where you just get comboed to death and put on a salty disrespect plays compilation on YouTube, and that's not where Dark Cat wants to end up today. So maybe just play a little bit more mid-ground, maybe even just play a little bit closer to the ground. We saw Dark Cat constantly trying to take those aerial fights, and Mr. L came out on almost every single one of them.
All right, as we go through the stage bans, that's interesting. PS2, I guess I kind of expect the PS2 ban. Me personally, I just love PS2. I think it's such a classic stage.
Agreed.
I feel like I enjoy watching PS2 more than any other stage. I don't know why. I don't really have like logic or reasoning. It's just when I'm watching Smash Ultimate match on PS2, it just helps my soul.
It always brings it home, and usually when PS2 gets banned, that almost guarantees Kalos is going to be the map pick. That's something I've noticed recently casting, and of course all these other maps are viable, and I mean, other than Lilat, I'm not a huge fan of that map, but the rest of these are maps that could work out for a Dark Samus and a Pikachu. But I think if PS2 is going to be banned, I think Kalos is our next best bet. That's a map notoriously good for Pikachu as well, because there's those two platforms you can really take advantage of, use your neutral B on top of, and really space out your opponent. Dark Cat definitely going to struggle on a map that's platformless, so maybe they're also going to be inclined to maybe pick Kalos. But it looks like, no, it is going to be Lilat. I Caster Cursed myself there. I personally really don't like this map. I'm not sure Dark Samus is going to like it after the end of this matchup either. I'm not sure this is going to work out for them.
3, 2,
Oh, I'm sure they have a plan coming here, so we'll see how it goes. Early on, Dark Cat tossing out quite a few things and really getting punished now. Mr. L going in deep with a big combo. This is what's so dangerous against Pikachu. These combos are lethal. One mistake and it's 46%. I mean,
that's that. Like you said, Dark Cat made a single mistake, a single mispress, and full advantage came from Mr. L, but now we see it's already tied back up. 47, 56%. Dark Cat able to find the lead off the back of it. But the more we're on Lilat, the more I think Mr. L is just looking to edge guard. They're just looking to camp these ledges here and find these opportunities early on, because that's exactly how you need to treat a Dark Samus on a map like this. But now we see, like I called early on, Dark Cat, they're playing that far, that long distance, that mid-stage advantage, because they know the second they get stuck on that ledge, they're going to get sent, they're going to get booted back on here. That's exactly what almost happened. Somehow able to survive off the back of it. But Mr. L, they've definitely got a comfortable lead here.
Yeah, I mean, Dark Cat right now just needs to try and get some damage back, but Mr. L is looking to take that first stock as soon as possible.
Ow.
As soon as possible. You need that stock on my desk Monday. Pack it up, get out. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. 80% taken, however, though. That's definitely a kill percent for Pikachu against a Dark Samus. I mean, we're going to have to see Dark Cat start hitting combos, which is something we haven't really seen other than that technical 0 to death we saw last match. Now we see something that isn't working out as Mr. L it's just an abuse at this point. Dark Cat's finding a couple of hits here and there, but Mr. L just putting out the nastiest combos.
Yeah, they are, but Dark Cat's starting to get some damage back. The problem is there's so much extra credit now. As we've evened up the stock, 87% Dark Cat is almost in kill range again for Mr. L, who just seems he's trying to speed run this whole thing. Honestly, I mean, he's just like, you know what? I gotta go. I'm done. I don't have time for this. I mean, he's going full speed, 120% all the time. It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it's been, I mean, 120% now that we've got the same stock here, but Mr. L, they've got a 70% difference in terms of damage here, and while we see Dark Cat on that Dark Samus, definitely a heavier character, can take a little bit more damage, but when Mr. L does a little damage, I mean, he does a lot of damage, and that's something that we've seen come out time and time again, is there's very rarely single hits and running. Every time Mr. L sends, they go full send into the stratosphere here, and they're trying to find another elimination early on so that they can take that extra stock. That's going to be more extra credit for them here, and that's exactly what a Pikachu player wants against somebody maybe as heavy as a Dark Samus.
Yeah, and I like to see Dark Cat stop trying to charge up these neutral specials. It's just so many times he's just getting punished by Mr. L. Mr. L sees that, and he just immediately rushes him down. But, oh my goodness, it seems like everything Dark Cat does, Mr. L has a response. It's just, what do you do?
Yeah, that really is how this is going. And I always talk about as a caster in really any game, there's always one team that should be playing proactively and one team that is playing reactively. And that's really when you get to separate these teams and their performances. We see that Mr. L playing very proactive, setting the pace, setting the momentum, and finding the opportunities, setting up their own combos. Where I think Dark Cat we're seeing is just playing reactively. They're reacting to how Mr. L is playing, and that already puts them at an immediate disadvantage as Mr. L gets to completely control the pace of this matchup.
I agree, that is what it looks like, but it's not over yet. I mean, Mr. L really is in kill range. If Dark Cat can just find one good hit, he'll need to find quite a few combos to take both stocks, though. Alright, here's the grab. It's just barely not going to kill. I really hate to see that. That's a difficult one for them to take.
Yeah,
okay.
Interesting play here coming out from Dark Cat is they had the up throw and they didn't follow it at all. They just began to charge their neutral B, which I don't think is the proper move there. I think they could have found the kill off the top had they hit Mr. L even one more time in the air. I think they would have found that elimination. But now Mr. L 150% full rage Pikachu here. I mean, terrifying. So Dark Cat's got to be feeling a lot better since they're able to find the elimination.
All right. Well, but they got to find some damage. I mean, Mr. L still sitting here with 0 in there.
That's bad.
That's game. Mr. L said, we're done here. Been done
Mr.
here.
L had on that L. I mean, that's just simple as that. A phenomenal job on that Pikachu. And Dark Cat had a couple of moments to shine, a couple opportunities where they were really trying to find the advantages, but just unable to do so. We're going to look at these replays here, and that's going to be the final elimination onto Dark Cat. That's really what sealed the deal for Mr. L and St. John's as a whole. This is going to put them even further into the lead as they've found another very convincing win.
Yeah, they really have. They really keep racking up the points. After Tin Can came out with this great start for Niagara, it's been all St. John's. Now a 10-5 lead after Mr. L really just handed down the L's. I mean, that's all he does. That's all he knows. It's in the name. It's in this game. I mean,
yeah,
totally.
Something we're seeing in this replay right here that Dark Cat did a lot. That the more I think about it, the less sense it makes. They constantly relied on, it was like the dash back immediate missile combo that we saw a lot of times, and I don't think it worked a single time, but Dark Cat continued to do it. Maybe it was just a comfort combo of knowing that it was going to maybe open up a little bit of space, but then they never utilized the space afterwards. So I'm very confused on why they'd choose to do that, but instead, I don't know, Dark Cat, I feel this game at the end of the day is all about adaptation, and I feel Dark Cat was not one to be adapting at all. I think we just saw Mr. L taking full advantage of the fact that Dark Cat had a very consistent play style.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it was just Dark Cat was like, I mean, really what you said earlier was the best. Dark Cat was playing reactively, and I feel like in some matchups that can work. Against a Pikachu online, I mean, you don't have time to react to those plays. Even on land, Pikachu is so fast, you need to be anticipating what he's going to do, what they're going to do, and try and counter it, try and come up with something, because that was just not what they needed there.
Yeah, definitely not what they needed. And we're going to move into this next matchup, and it's going to be someone that I believe is a fan favorite. We've got Mr. Saturn up against Tev, who, if I'm not mistaken, the people have gone a little bit crazy for beforehand. So I'm excited to see this matchup, as Tev is obviously a well-known player and one that I think is really going to have to show up if they want to put Niagara at least at a tie here.
I mean, generally they're going to want good performances from these guys. Tev is another one who's been, you know, somewhat in and out all season. He's had some great performances, but they've also had some not so good ones. So, but you know, coming into it, that's really how it goes across the course of the season. You have good days and you have bad days. I don't really think you can take a ton from that. But I do remember Tev being kind of that impact player for Niagara. So I think that it's unsurprising that they're looking for them to make a huge impact.
Yeah, I think, I mean, Tev, this is the now or never moment of needing to make that huge impact. They're going to have to tie the series up and send them to a proper Game 5. But if we see St. John's come out on top of this, I mean, that's going to confirm a victory for them here today.
Well, that's definitely true. St. John's, I mean, a 5-point lead, as we saw earlier, not insurmountable. But if Mr. Saturn can take this one, we're going to have to see Fiction getting some 3 stocks in Game 5 to bring it back. So, and that, you know, as we said earlier, no matter who you are, is always difficult.
Of course, yeah, at any level, no matter who you are, no matter who you play, a 3 stock is a tall order. We're going to see, wow, Pitt versus Luigi. So 2 players that really aren't played consistently in the competitive scene are going to come out very quickly here. Tev on the Luigi. I'm a huge Luigi. All right, I got a little bit nervous there for a second. I really thought that was a full-blown DI, but no. We do see that Mr. Saturn was able to return to the fight. And Tev now on the Luigi already finding 50% off the back of this play.
Yeah, but we see them doing the jab back and forth. I really like to see that little mating dance between these 2 characters. It's an interesting matchup because it's one that you really don't see a whole lot.
Yeah, this is a matchup I know for a fact I've never cast before. Pitt versus Luigi. Not only is the pacing of this matchup going to be very, very weird, but neither of these players are really notorious for the kill power that they represent. Pitt almost notorious for being unkillable with that stupid strong recovery that he's known for. And he's got that deflect as well, but Luigi's not a projectile-based player, so that's really not going to do well for them here. You see Kev already with a 65% lead, you're 66%, and I mean, that's just a great look for a Luigi.
We're bringing it back a little bit of a combo there for Mr. Saturn. Okay, the back throw.
The back throw sends it home.
Oof.
Oh yeah, that was rough, Tev. I mean, that was a bit flashy. Luigi with the back throw to find the elimination on the Mr. Saturn. Now in that extra credit zone once again, but also now in that kill zone, being at 103%, it can absolutely find the damage necessary. And I honestly feel Tev definitely has a bit of a stranglehold in this match so far. It's only been a minute and a half and 1 stock. I mean, after a performance as clean as that one, a great look, great DI as well. Currently unkillable with the arrows finally coming out from Mr. Saturn. I was wondering where those were, and there's that recovery I talked about just moments ago. The down throw combo, about to find 40% off the back of it. Tev with the nasty Luigi tech so far.
The problem with Pitt really is that there aren't kill moves. Unless you hit like a special, which hits like a truck. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Tev is just putting on a Luigi masterclass right now. We just see Mr. Saturn. I mean, they're playing well, but Tev is just 5, 6, 7 steps ahead of them, like 100% of the time.
Oh, did I just see that? Did I just see that? Wow.
That was. I'm at a loss for words with the way Tev has just been putting on a show.
I'm with you. I'm totally. Oh man. what really drives me crazy about Pitt is not just the fact that he doesn't have kill moves, but also that his attacks seem to do no damage. I mean, you know, we've seen him get quite a few hits in on the Tev on the stock, and he's only done 40%.
Pitt, not really like a combo character either. So, I mean, he's also... I'm just shocked to see a Pitt here, because not only does he do no damage, not only does he not have great combos, he's a low-tier character. So to see Mr. Saturn be busting that out, I mean, I know you've got the lead, but if you're going to play Pitt, you're basically just handing it away.
I'm sure they had some plan, and I hope it wasn't styling, but if it was, Tev is going to take that, he's going to say thank you very much, and he's going to show you how the styling works. Because on that Luigi, Tev was victorious there at 2 stock in game 1, getting some points for his team, bringing it to a 3-point deficit between these two squads now, and we're going to see a replay here. There's the kill blow from Tev. See it again here. See a different one, actually. This is going to be that back throw. That was disgusting. That was so dirty.
That was pretty nasty indeed. And to think that, I mean, Mr. L and Tev, they're on opposing teams, so I'm amazed to see that maybe they didn't put them up against one another because both teams wanted to secure that maybe a little bit more easily of a victory. Because so far, these are the two players to watch out for. Is absolutely just Mr. L and Tev. They've been putting on a show on this Pikachu, and surprisingly enough, this Luigi, which is something I did not expect to be saying when I woke up this morning.
Yeah, there were certainly there were some words bouncing around in my head. Luigi versus Pitt was not anywhere near those. I don't expect to see them run this back, but I've been wrong probably more often than I've been right. So I guess we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what this upcoming matchup is going to be, because now, like you said, there's only a 3-point deficit. So if we can see Tev come out on top of this engagement again, which seems pretty doable after that first matchup, we could be tied all the way into map 5. Game 5, sorry.
So we're going to be banning Lilat in town. Well, this is the thing, is I don't know if Mr. Saturn is going to stay on that pit or not. So let's assume he's staying on that pit. Where do you think they want to go?
I know Kalos has a high ceiling, but they've got close walls, and we saw that's really where Tev found the opportunity to find their kill. So maybe not go there. All right, yeah, beat me to it. I was going to say PS2 or Battlefield as my follow-up statement here, and it looks like it's going to be Battlefield as the map chosen. So Tev maybe finds a little bit more value on the pit if they choose to stay it, but no, instead we're going to see Young Link, which makes a lot more sense to me in this matchup.
All right, so Young Link coming in, but will it make enough of a difference? Because Tev has all the momentum, and he was looking incredibly strong in that first game.
Yeah, and we definitely see here Mr. Saturn going to be on the Young Link, which definitely, yeah, just the projectile is going to be very helpful up against Tev, and the only projectile it has is nothing but annoying, doesn't really do the damage. And now we see the value definitely coming out early, finding 40% off the back of this initial combo. Going to make it 50 already, so yeah, Mr. Saturn on the Young Link definitely looking a lot cleaner than what we saw on that pit.
All right, yeah, building up so much damage so far. But Tev trying to bring it back in. This Luigi, he showed the Luigi can build up a lot of damage in just a few hits, just a few times.
Yeah, we definitely see 73% Tev now trying to bring it back, but definitely the deficit is just growing for these two teams. I mean, it's going to be fire arrow after fire arrow here, and here comes the bomb off the map, a classic, but it's actually going to give Tev the opportunity to recover. It made it a little bit easier, gets to reset that recovery, and honestly helps Tev at the end of the day. Now we see a 75% difference in percentages here. Tev at 130. Luigi, not notorious for his survivability past 100 here, so definitely going to see what he can bring off the back of this. This Young Link, I mean, not even close to their kill zone yet.
Yeah, very dangerous right now. We'll see. Oh! Okay.
The forward smash, it really comes down to Tev just being a single step ahead, reach the roll in, and I mean, makes Saturn eat it for lunch. Gonna find that kill back. 14% extra credit. At the end of the day, that is not a lot, and Young Link can rack that up with maybe 1, 2, 3 moves, it's going to be pretty easy to do. But right now, Tev just keeping the deficit growing here.
I mean, really, Tev is just showing us the limits of this character right now. Just showing the absolute, doing everything and more what we don't even expect this Luigi to be able to bring out. They're doing it right now. Great adaptation too to the young Link.
Yeah, I have to agree. The young Link definitely uses projectiles to zone out the Luigi, which is the proper call to do. Luigi obviously only really thrives when he's in those close quarters, so young Link can keep him a little bit away. He can really start to rack up the damage, and that's exactly what we've seen. It is, in my opinion, a much more successful run than we've seen from Mr. Saturn early on. The young Link maybe even just looks like a more comfortable pick than the Pit. It just seems like something that he's definitely familiar with playing and comfortable to be on. Tev now, I mean, only 25% ahead in terms of percentage, so definitely can bring the stock back. Both these players definitely in their kill zones. Now it just comes down to who finds another move a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I think really the key, though, is Tev has just shown time and time again being able to find these kill blows when it seems like there's no possible chance of it. Oh, but there we go. Mr. Saturn finds the big hit, and that is huge now. He's going to try and rack up some extra credit here on this last stock. This is game-breaking for both sides. Which one is going to come out on top?
Yeah, no, definitely trying to find which one of these can come out on top here. And we see that Tev, I mean, they're now down that stock, and we see the damage just coming out from Mr. Saturn. They're looking to take this to a game 3, and the more we look, the more it's going to be. Yes. Not only do they take us to a game 3, but they take it to game 3 with a 2 stock. The young Link coming out hot here.
Absolutely massive. I want to see the replay on this last one. Look at him. Perfect timing on the projectile. Completely ruins any chance of a recovery. And just in case, he jumps down there looking for the spike as some insurance. Great stuff from Mr. Saturn on this young Link.
Yeah, Mr. Saturn's young Link, I mean, his pit definitely did not look very good, but Mr. Saturn now on the young Link just looks very good. Like I said, not only do they take that win, but they take it convincingly with a 2 stock. A lot of great projectiles, a lot of great understanding of the character as a whole, and I mean, they were really able to capitalize off the back of it.
And with that as well, it brings St. John's lead back to 5, now 12-7. So, what do we expect here going into this game 3? Oh, by the way, our first game 3 of the day, we always love to see those. So, do you think Tev stays with the Luigi? Do you think he brings out something else? I'm expecting to see the young Link coming back again.
Yeah, the young Link feels like a given. We're going to see FD is going to be one of the maps taken out, which is what I was going to recommend if you stuck on that Luigi is young Link. If you don't have, he doesn't have the platforms to move around on, he's a little easier to hit. And I honestly am not sure if Luigi's going to be the right call. That Tev locking in as early as they just did makes me think we might end up seeing that Luigi here. So I'm definitely nervous for them, but I also feel like Tev played a lot sloppier in that second game than they did game 1. So maybe if they can kind of screw their head back on, pay a little bit more attention, and really zone back into the game, they'll be able to find eliminations off the back of it. But now, even if Tev ends up winning, we're going to see Niagara, the best case scenario, they go into map 5 or game 5 with a 3-point deficit.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here in this pivotal game 4 of this crew battle between Niagara and St. John's, it all comes down to this. We are going to see them run it back again, the young Link and the Luigi. Who's going to come on top? Tev already. A nice little combo there. Nice little grab. Get a little bit of damage out. Oh, but Mr. Saturn comes right back in. And this is really, I feel like both players have now hit their flow. They've hit their stride. They're feeling the confidence. We're seeing both of them making plays, but look at the timings on these projectiles from Mr. Saturn.
Timing on these projectiles has been nothing but flawless from Mr. Saturn up to this point. They have always been exactly where they need to be off map to either ruin Tev's recovery or almost cost him an entire stock for it. And that, I mean, that's exactly how they won that last matchup. And now Tev at a percent deficit, but just trying to find the elimination onto Mr. Saturn on the young Link, trying to find that extra credit, because Luigi can definitely live at 77, but much higher, that's really when they're going to start getting worried. We see the recovery mishap facing the wrong way. Mr. Saturn unable to get the chain back onto the map. And that's going to cost them a full stock.
It really does.
But they turn it right back around.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You know, sometimes the mistakes happen, but there's always that chance to just bring it right back, as they do. and no chance of extra credit there. That's what I always like to see, trying to eliminate that extra credit. You want to keep it close. That's what you have to do. You can't let them snowball a victory.
Yeah, extra credit definitely going to be something that you want to, if you want to try to take a game. And now we've seen, 33-39. This really could not be any closer. The same amount of stocks as well. And Tev just trying to find the damage, but the adaptation we've seen from Mr. Saturn has been the difference maker. They are playing long distance, they're playing a little bit further away, and they're not letting Tev get too close, which is what I said exactly what they need to be doing since game one. They found that flow, they've stuck into it, and I don't think they're going to be coming out of it anytime soon. Now 93% on the second stock for Tev, who almost, okay, I really thought was going to die there. Really goes down to the bottom of the box, but before they come back, I thought it was very SD for a second, but no, instead we see they're able to come back. Still, we see the advantage just in favor of Mr. Saturn, and Tev gonna kick that down B. That down air, and it's gonna be disastrous. Tev's gonna have to do something, because right now I just feel like they're getting juggled by Mr. Saturn.
Yeah, the edge guarding is honestly. Oh my goodness!
And I think that's the third time we've seen that from Tev.
A magician, dude. He does stuff. It seems like it's impossible. I don't understand, but Tev again just pulls a rabbit out of the hat.
Yeah, for real. The rabbit out of the hat, indeed. But Tev almost going to lose that. The back throw doesn't find the elimination quite yet, but the bomb into the air, almost finds Tev down low. That would have been disastrous. 80% last stock for Mr. Saturn. All of a sudden, blink and you miss it. Things are looking very bleak.
And this is where that extra credit really comes to haunt you. Mr. Saturn in a very difficult position. All they really need is one hit to take down Tev, but until they get that hit, they're just taking more and more damage.
A full rage Luigi at 185% is, just a terrifying thing to be up against. Full rage any character is something that you really don't want to be put into the ring with, but now we see Tev just definitely trying to find a combo of a dash attack, putting in the work a little bit, but unable to find the elimination. The recovery does come through from Mr. Saturn. He's got 3.5 minutes left, and there's the second elimination onto Tev. We see Mr. Saturn now. They've got Tev that last stock. Can they find the elimination with the back of it while being in their own kill percentage?
They're trying to space out with the projectiles for now. Trying to see if they can pepper in some damage. Sees an opening there. Gets in the nice little combo. Getting some big damage now. Oh my goodness. All right, up to 55%. Mr. Saturn now. We've seen him off stage. Oh no!
The stage spike from Tev. That had to be an accident. Mr. Saturn just signed their own death certificate. They went down for the spike on the Tev, but they extended the hitbox and got spiked off the side of the map.
Oh no!
I'm so glad we have a replay for that.
Okay, let's look at it again.
I'm so glad. They go down, they try to find it, but no, instead they extended their own hitbox with the sword.
Oh no!
Oh, and Mr. Saturn fights the bullet, the misfire from Tev. That has to hurt. To beat Mr. Saturn, you've got to be furious.
Oh my!
Oh, wow! That was
swing on that play there.
My goodness. Wow, Tev with the Hail Mary play there, just full send. And I am very rarely at a loss for words, but Mr. Saturn just sent themselves home. A great look for Niagara, however, is that does put them a little bit closer. There's now that 3-point deficit, but to be Mr. Saturn, to be St. John's and have victory taken from you like that just has to hurt.
So, oh man, who's in that format? It's like pain. Existence is pain. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it for Mr. Saturn right now. But Tev and his Niagara buddies are very happy right now because they have brought themselves back into this game 12-10 going into this final set. A 2-point differential means literally whoever wins this set here between Fiction and J Grunt wins the whole match. It's for all the marbles now. And I'm really excited to see them battle it out.
Yeah, no, this is destined to be something incredible, and I'm eager to see where this goes. That was a phenomenal matchup. And now as we move into our next one, Jay Grunt versus Fiction, like you said, with such a small point deficit, this series could really go for either of these teams. This is something that, I mean, it really comes down to the wire for these two players.
Does indeed, but I'm looking through Fiction, and Fiction has not been performing very well throughout this season. He has had a couple wins, but definitely more losses than wins. So it's going to be a Herculean performance from them. Let's see, to bring it back, because I remember Jay Grunt being really a killer anchor point for this St. John's team.
Yeah, you'd expect, I'm shocked to hear that Fiction maybe hasn't been performing the best that they have. You'd expect to really, I don't know, you'd expect to have one of your best players in that anchor position, because in situations just like this, it really could come down to that anchor scenario. But now it looks like, I mean, it just looks like they may just be handing this win away up against a player as strong as Jay Grunt.
We will have to see. Jay Grunt has not played every week, while Fiction has played much more. But Jay Grunt, when they played, they're 3-0 this year. So they have not lost throughout the EGF season. Now, of course, that's the EGF season. Now we're in the Vincentian Cup. It's a whole different ball game, but that's what we got to go on, that history. And so it's definitely not looking good for Niagara here.
Yeah, no, definitely not looking good indeed. And we are going to be waiting just a little bit longer than the rest of these matches. They're going to go into a quick lag test. Apparently, we're seeing a little bit of lag on one of, if not both sides. We want to make sure all players get to play as fair as they can. And that's just something, that we want to make sure everybody's having a great time while they do it. This is a great opportunity to thank all of you so much for joining us for the Vincentian Cup. This is a great opportunity, something that we get to do not often. It's the first time I've done this. I don't know how consistent this Vincentian Cup has been before, but it's an honor to be here. And thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. Because if you're just joining us, I mean, look at the score. We've had a great series up to this point, and we've got so much Smash left for you after this.
And I want to remind everyone as well, please remember, this is a charity tournament. The funds raised will be distributed to each institution's respective student relief fund. This will assist students in their times of need. We all know what's going on right now. All that help makes a big difference. You can find out more by typing !donate in the chat. I expect to see that.
Absolutely. And of course, be sure, if you like these schools, if you go to these schools, if you like what these schools may represent or how their teams are looking today, you can follow all of them on Twitter. And it's as simple as DePaul Esports, Niagara Esports, STJ for St. John's Esports. And I mean, just go give them a follow. These teams obviously putting on an absolute masterclass of a show here today. So be sure to go show them your appreciation and show them kind of what you really want to see and give them your support, because they're really working hard for it today.
And that's what we love to see. We love to see these guys coming out and giving their all and having a great time. That's really what Smash and esports are all about, isn't it?
Of course, and as you guys saw in that video early on, a lot of these players had the opportunity to talk about what esports meant to them, what the Vincentian Cup represented for them, and so many of them talked about bringing that community together, bringing these schools together, bringing these players together. And while it's a tournament, they all get to still kind of be a little bit more laid back and have fun and have a great time and really just put on a show for everybody watching at home. So please donate, please express your interest in these teams, please give them your support, because they've been working so hard for it, and this is something that they've all been very excited to do, and all of us here at EGF have been excited to do that as well. It looks like I got a message. The donate thing may not be working, and if it's not, we'll have somebody look into that. I don't know, somebody probably already is, but just in case you guys at home are trying and the exclamation point donates aren't working or whatever, then yeah, we'll give it a shot when we get there. We'll have somebody look into that during the matches and see if we can get that figured out for you. But hopefully you guys are here with us all day, so I'm sure by the end of the day we'll have that figured out for you, because like I said, we've got so many more matches coming up for you later today. We've got, after this, I mean, right now we have Niagara versus St. John's. Up next, we have St. John's jumping right into another match against DePaul, and after that, DePaul, they've got a second match against Niagara once again. So we've got a whole bunch of series coming up for you, and we're finally going to jump in. I believe this is going to be our lag test. After this, we'll really get into the series.
Oh, this is the lag test. Gotcha.
I believe so. Yeah, I'm 95% sure this is our lag test. One of the players had to run to the restroom, so yeah. They're fighting, and you can still see us. So yeah, definitely our lag test. And then after this, we'll jump into what is going to be our final matchup of Niagara versus St. John's.
Yeah, without too much further ado, and as we talked about, we're just going to break it down. I'm really looking to Jay Grunt to kind of finish things off for St. John's. He is their closer. Yeah. He's their Mariano Rivera. He's coming out. he's gonna finish it. I think it's really on Fiction, not just because Niagara is down, but it's on them to have that performance to try and bring it back for their team.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is going to come down to Jay Grunt in order to bring this alive and really do what they can do. Because Fiction, like you said, a little less consistent, maybe not putting on as good a show is something that we've seen from a lot of other players today. Like you said, the Herculean task, it's possible. You know, Hercules did complete those tasks at the end of the day, and I'm sure Fiction is looking to do the very same. I can hear the hero select in my ear, which means they are now officially picking their characters. And we're finally going to get to jump into this Game 5 of this Squad Strike matchup between St. John's and Niagara. And it's going to be, wow, Falco versus Greninja.
Okay, I like to see it. All right, so it's going to be Fiction on the Falco and, of course, Jay Grunt on the Greninja. And as we talked about, Jay Grunt has been so good all year long. They haven't showed up very often, but when they do show up, they always show up big.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is the perfect example. The neutral B, into that transform, they're able to find them off the side of the map, and it's just a phenomenal opportunity so far. I mean, already a massive lead in this percentage, only taking 40%. They're up over an entire stock right now, and I'm just glad to see we're on Pokemon Stadium 2 because there's a Greninja playing, and the aesthetic is just magnifique.
You know, it's funny. I said earlier I really like PS2, but when there's a Greninja, I prefer Kalos.
That definitely makes sense, because I feel like Greninja definitely loses a lot of opportunity with platforms being in the way, and Kalos is a lot more open space toward the center of the map to utilize them. Greninja can definitely take advantage of platforms, but I feel like he thrives much more without them.
Also, Greninja is from Kalos.
Oh, yeah? All right. Well, if we need to get nerdy about it, I guess that makes sense as well. But Pokemon Stadium 2, definitely, we see Fiction trying to bring it back. There's 100% difference here so far, but we see now it's working out quite well. I mean, oh, just kidding. You know, as I said, they're going to lose that stock right away, and now Jay Grunt has the one stock lead, but now they're both at 0%. Can Fiction bring this back? They're down, but they're not out quite yet.
Well, that's really the story of the day. Down but not out. Fiction has to find a way to bring this back here, but Jay Grunt, oh my goodness, so much damage that they are pumping in right now.
Yeah, Jay Grunt really just looking to, I mean, we waited so long for this final matchup, and Jay Grunt trying to make it blink and you'll miss it scenario, and Fiction just desperately trying to go out with a bang, but it's really looking like they're going to go out with a whimper here.
Let's see. Yep,
there it is. Looks like that.
Jay Grunt.
Oh, that was looking bleak.
Like a no doubter there. Let's see.
Yeah,
if we can take a look at our.
Definitely not a good look for that. Yeah, that was rough. I mean, Fiction really tried their best there, but like we said earlier, Jay Grunt, just a more consistent player, simply a better player so far. And that, at the end of the day, I mean, it really does come down to that.
Yeah, great stuff here. I mean, you see on these replays, every move that Jay Grunt makes has purpose. Every move, he's always thinking 3 moves ahead of where he wants to go. Really, really great stuff.
Yeah, honestly, just a phenomenal job so far. I think we've seen a lot of great opportunities just from Jay Grunt. We've seen things not really work out well. We're going to move into Battlefield for what could be our final matchup at St. John's. If I'm not mistaken, unless Fiction wins this and the next one, they are able to come out back on top of the matchup here. But right now, Jay Grunt is trying to find this one, send it home, because if Jay Grunt secures the victory here, that's going to secure a victory for St. John's in this first match of the evening.
All right. So this one is the most important. And Fiction actually is getting out to a pretty good start, building up a lot of damage, but can they keep it going? Oh, okay. Almost gets a kill. Not quite high enough percent there, but what about that combo?
Yeah, that was definitely a nasty combo indeed. Something that you don't expect to see very often is we see Jay Grunt now this complete reverse matchup, something we saw from Pokemon Stadium. We now see that they are instead going to be the one at the percent deficit, the stock deficit as a whole. I mean, just a phenomenal job from Fiction so far, much cleaner than what we saw on PS2.
Again, they have to keep it going. They can't really let this fall off with how well J-Grunt has played so far. They have to keep that momentum. They have to keep pushing. Starting to take some damage, but finally starting to pepper some back in. I want to see them build up some extra credit here. Maybe take another stock, but I don't know. With how much damage they've taken so far, I don't see that happening. I just think as much damage as possible before J-Grunt evens them up.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we go. Fiction finding a 20% combo there, putting J-Grunt at 55, making it 66, almost 70%. Coming in fast. Fiction, if they can find a second stock here, that'll be amazing for them.
Okay. All right, so it's evened up, but 90% on the J-Grunt. It's huge for Fiction. Huge extra credit. One good combo here, and it'll really take him off the stage and take that second stock. But J-Grunt is working overtime to even up the score here over and over with these aerials. Not letting Fiction live.
Back combos here, and yeah, wow. All right, J-Grunt has no lead and then rips it away from Fiction's just right out of their hands there. Now we see Fiction. They're on their last legs. If J-Grunt can keep up that momentum, that's going to be a win for St. John's. And with a 30% combo coming out quick, I mean, we see J-Grunt, like you said, working overtime right now.
Indeed. Okay, so J-Grunt, he's only taken 10% damage since he took Fiction's third stock. Am I right? Am I crazy?
Honestly, I'm not completely sure on the percentages anymore. I've been so fascinated with the combos we've seen coming out from J-Grunt so quickly. And this looks like that. Oh, had that hit come through at the end there, that may have been the final stop for Fiction already. But no, they are able to make it back to the map. And J-Grunt, I mean, just really looking to find a two-step forward throw and something that, actually may not work out well in his favor. I thought he could follow up a combo off the back of it, but instead Fiction going to be the one to find the stock. 117% Falco living on nothing but a shine and a dream here, just desperately trying to find one more stock to take us to a game 3.
Shine coming out. So let's see, Fiction. I mean, we've seen him rack up big damage, change some combos before, but can he do it here when they need it most?
Fiction's really going to have to go into full-blown beast mode here if they want any attempt at taking this stock out from J-Grunt. A Falco 140%, you're at least 30% deep into your kill zone, so Falco definitely one to struggle, but Greninja definitely doesn't have that many consistent kill moves either, so the Falco may be able to take advantage of that a little bit. And we've seen J-Grunt definitely playing more defensively in the second round here, but wow. Garbage DI is going to be the reason Fiction ends up losing that.
No, I suppose that's probably a fitting end.
I really thought that was survivable for Fiction, but no, J-Grunt is just able to... Wow, that looked so survivable. He was moving so slowly, but instead Fiction going to be... Yeah, just unable to go off the back of it. Unfortunate.
I don't know. Such a high percent.
Maybe if he was a little bit heavier. I really thought Falco was going to survive that, but no, J-Grunt finds that kill. And now as we go through the replays here, we saw this was really close up into that final, very uneventful hit. That was the reason we found the elimination. And that was the type of scenario where I feel even maybe J-Grunt and Fiction were surprised that he died there. That felt so weird to me.
So look at this here. He's at 93%. That's what he was at when he took the third stock. Sorry, the first stock. So he took the first 2 stocks, basically went 0 to death. I mean, I know that's technically not what it is, because 0 to death is a combo, but like he didn't take any damage on that entire second stock until Fiction was at his last. I mean, absolutely, almost perfect from J-Grunt.
Yeah, really, almost perfect. A great job, honestly. And Greninja found the damage necessary and could utilize off the back of it. But I feel for Fiction there. That was so close. They were so close to bringing that back and almost making that a series, but just unable to do so.
Definitely. All right, and so I think, Septilins, that we have an interview coming up. Is that right?
Yes, sir. That is right indeed. I believe we are getting things squared away with that. It looks like they may be waiting for us in that channel as well. But while we allow our producers and the people behind the scenes to get that ready, we can talk a little bit more about what's coming up next. I talked about it before that last matchup. I'll talk about it here. St. John's, they end up winning their first matchup of the evening, and now they move right back into a second matchup against DePaul University. But before we get to that, we're going to throw it to a short break. Pull our interviewee in here is going to be Thitko, one of two players on St. John's to lose their matchup. So that'll be fascinating. One of the first players we saw today. So we're going to talk to them in just a couple of minutes. Don't go too far. We're bringing some Smash Bros right back to you. Welcome back, everybody. After that short break, we have our interviewee in here. It's going to be Thitko, one of the Pikachu players we saw today, and a Pikachu player for St. John's. How are you, my friend?
I'm good.
Very glad to hear that. You guys are able to come out on top of what turned out to be a very close series. I mean, how do you feel about that?
It was a close series, but we did some adjustments like we needed to, and both teams played awesomely, but it was a close game, and I'm glad we came up on top.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the only question I have for you, so now I'll throw you over to Cool J.
I mean, I just want to know, what does it mean? What does a Vincentian mission mean, not just to you as a person, but also like when it comes to being part of the Smash community and a part of your team at St. John's?
Being a Vincentian, we like to like bring everyone together and help everyone to like fit in. So for being in the Smash community, it's an easy way for like kids at our school to like find an out and like find people they can connect to, and that brings everyone together. And that's what Vincentian is really about, is about like helping people and helping people feel like comfortable and be a part of the community.
I think we can all get behind that.
Absolutely. That was a great explanation. And thank you so much for joining us for what has to be a short interview so we can stay on the schedule. It was a pleasure to speak with you. And please extend our congratulations to your teammates. You guys all put on a phenomenal job and really came out on top today. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. And we hope we carry the same momentum into the next game.
Fingers crossed. And as Thitko just said, nobody go far because we've got another game coming up for you in just a couple of minutes here. We're going to throw it to a quick break while we get things figured out. But St. John's University, they're not done quite yet. They've got one more matchup today against DePaul University. So don't go too far because they'll be back, and we'll be back in just a minute.
Hi everybody, I'm Bill Newton. I'm the Assistant Director of Campus Activities here at Niagara.
Hi, I'm Courtney. I serve as the Director for Student Involvement in Esports at DePaul University in Chicago. I'm really excited for us to come together for the Vincentian Cup because I think that it's a really unique opportunity to bring these three schools together because of our common mission. We're the only three universities in the country, DePaul, Niagara, and St. John's, that are threaded together because of that Vincentian mission.
This Vincentian Cup really presents a chance for our students and our university communities to come together, share our love of gaming, and also hope to raise some funds to benefit students within our universities who are in need. Here at Niagara, we have a student assistance fund called the Rendu Fund. So our Rendu Fund is housed in our campus ministry department, and it's used for students who need help just in a variety of different ways. You know, that could be everything from just everyday type supplies and toiletries to helping to purchase bus tickets, train tickets, or even plane tickets to help get students home during the breaks.
Student Emergency Assistance Fund was designed to help students in crisis. Obviously, throughout the pandemic, there have been a number of different issues that our students have been facing that are new and different that they haven't had to deal with before. We've been talking with students who have dealt with food insecurity, housing issues, technology issues, and so many other things. So the Student Emergency Assistance Fund is in place to help those students through those times of crises. So the Vincentian Cup is also going to be a live stream charity event. You can go to inspire.depaul.edu to donate. There, any donation that you make is going to be divided 3 ways between all 3 institutions. So by donating, you'll be donating to DePaul, Niagara, and St. John's.
And game on, everyone, and let's go Niagara! Woo!
We hope that you enjoy the matches, watch the games, and consider donating if you're able. And let's go Blue Demons!
When you come to Niagara University, you don't just evolve academically. My transformation here has been huge. I'm serving others now, and it's really helped me see my purpose. Niagara University really helped bring out that side of me.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't. Driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
to know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
And you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here we do.
Define yourself. Will you impact the future? Will you lead the pack? Will you engage the world? Will you find the cure? Will you be the hope? So, will you? Come see how St. John students are changing the world every day. Visit us today.
Welcome back, everyone, to our second matchup of the evening for the Vincentian Cup Smash Bros. Division. We have St. John's University. They're back once again after securing an early victory, but this time they're up against DePaul. Brand new team to go up against. We've got the same players coming out of St. John's, but the players from DePaul are going to be brand new to us here today. So we're going to see what is once again bound to be some amazing matchups from these schools.
Yeah, I mean, and just some great stuff from these schools, really showing what they're all about and also what this event is all about. And me personally, I love seeing the stat videos. I love seeing kind of the pride that everybody gets in their schools. I love seeing that energy. I love seeing how these, the members of the school, they really want to come out. They want to, not just have some fun, but also have this great mission for their schools and for each other and for our communities.
Yeah, absolutely. And as he said, we saw in the video as well, !donate in the chat, and it'll take you to a link. I don't know if it's going to be the proper link, but it will get you where you need to go. So please donate. It does work in the chat now. So please definitely go take advantage of that and make sure that that's something that you get to see today. And maybe if you can afford it, I know the pandemic is a trying time for us all, but I know the students would really greatly appreciate that. So the students and the schools as a whole. So if you get the opportunity to donate, please do, because that is what today is all about.
Right. And so after the break, we're now almost ready with St. John's facing off against DePaul. Obviously, we just saw St. John's get a big win. They were very happy about that over Niagara. And now they're going to be facing off against DePaul. It's the first time we'll see DePaul today. So I'm excited. Do you think St. John's can keep their momentum going?
Fingers crossed. That last matchup was very close. And I mean, theoretically, if DePaul has one player, a single player better than what we saw coming out just moments ago from Niagara, that could flip it in their favor. St. John's, they really got to run for their money there. So hopefully they can really keep up the momentum they have. But DePaul, if I'm not mistaken, in the EGF division, they were or are undefeated. So, I mean, they are definitely a force to be reckoned with.
DePaul was putting up crazy numbers. I think they were scoring 20-plus points a game. Just to put it in perspective, that last game between St. John's and, of course, Niagara was 17-10. So, for them to be averaging 20-plus points a game was just absolutely ridiculous. They do have some very, very talented players. But, you know, a lot of those 20-plus point wins were against some of the more, some of the easier opponents, some of the teams that are newer to the EGF. So, St. John's, they could certainly give them a run for their money. They've got great players. We saw Jay Grunt putting on big performances. Mr. L, of course, looked fantastic. Aloma Mola on the Joker is always a wild card that you have to worry about. Really, up and down the roster, St. John's has some great players, but so does DePaul. So this one is really shaping up to be a dream matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Things are definitely going to be looking quite good for these teams moving forward here. And I mean, DePaul, even I'm not 100% sure. I don't have their season in front of me, but I think they lost a single game either last week or the week before. I don't know if they're currently undefeated, but even if they aren't, averaging 20 points a game, undefeated or not, that is nuts.
I mean, really, you really earned the bragging rights when you're talking about a season like that. You know, one loss in that long EGF season, that's okay. It doesn't count. In my mind, in my heart, you guys are undefeated.
If you don't count the losses, you will forever remain undefeated. So, I mean,
all you guys do, I mean, that's what Pro Football Focus does. If you take out all his bad throws, he's a great quarterback.
If you take out all the missed throws, he's got 100% accuracy. You know, if you. But as we move in, St. John's University, it looks like their roster, at least from the first game, is going to be in the same order. Thitko, the Pikachu player in our interviewee just minutes ago, going to be our starter here, going up against Skull Kid from DePaul.
We saw Thitko last time. He was actually the only member of St. John's to not score points in their win over Niagara. He was on the Pikachu, right? Yeah.
Yeah. He was consistently on the Pikachu, went up against Tin Can on that Ike. And like you said, even though Mr. Saturn also lost their matchup, Mr. Saturn at least took a series and took us to a game 3 between Mr. Saturn and Tev, where Thitko just got very aggressively 2-0'd by a very angry Ike. And hopefully Thitko can do a little bit better here with Skull Kid. I mean, the player alone, let alone DePaul's entire team, but Skull Kid, a force to be reckoned with.
Definitely. But the thing is, yeah, Thitko did get 2-0, but it was a close matchup. Ike is a very difficult matchup to play into, especially as a light character like Pikachu, because, you know, one hit, I mean, I feel like he could kill it like 60, really, realistically. So, you know, it is kind of, technically Pikachu should have the advantage, but the Ike player played it really, really well, and it is more balanced matchup, slightly leaning. It's, you know, there's some matchups where it's just like, there's no way that this character should ever win. And then that, you know, Pikachu Ike is not one of those matchups. It is a little bit closer, but Pikachu on PS2. How about that? All right, what are you thinking going into this one, Nephilim?
I'm thinking the Ness has a very slight advantage, can do a little bit more damage, isn't quite as fast, but can maybe find combos just a bit easier than our Pikachu player. And as we know, the Ness, once they panic in their natural habitat, they resort to just pressing that B button as many times as humanly possible. We've already seen that from Skull Kid a little bit. We've seen make that 5 PK fires in 20 seconds coming out very early on. Skull Kid just trying to find the PK Fire. It looks like they don't even need it. They've got a 40% advantage right now. But I mean, you guys better get used to that little boy screaming PK Fire, because that's not going to stop anytime soon.
We're going to counter on the screen. PK Fire counter. Oh, man. Yeah, he's really spamming them out there. But so far, these two, they're both getting damage in. Thitko has gotten a few combos of his own. They've really been able to avoid a lot of the PK Fire spam. Obviously getting hit just there. Maybe getting caster cursed from beyond my conscience, because I hadn't even said it yet, but that's just how powerful caster curse is. I was thinking it and it happened. My goodness.
Yeah.
That combo from Skull Kid, Thitko really had no options.
Yeah, once you get Pikachu over 110, 120%, it's pretty much every move is a kill move, unless you're a very light hitter, or maybe it's just the forward. I don't know. It's just something that Pikachu definitely very light, and while Ness is light as well, Skull Kid's just not tanking as much damage. I mean, it's all 3%. That was almost a complete second stock there. That almost took Thitko off the map again.
I mean, absolutely. This is more than just extra credit. This is just Skull Kid continuing to dominate this matchup. Thitko looking to get a stock here to save some points at least. He is able to take that one, but he still needs to take in another entire stock just to even up the score here.
Yeah, I mean, Thitko is going to have to take an entire extra stock, and now you're at 55% on your last stock. I mean, that is disastrous. Skull Kid it's all about extra credit right now. Skull Kid's got an entire stock in their back pocket, where Thitko, they're already down to their very last, so this is dangerous.
It is dangerous indeed. Thitko is starting to build up some damage, but they've got to keep it going. They've taken a lot of damage themselves. Back and forth in this matchup. They're at least at the neutral, but the neutral favors Ness. Oh, no.
Yeah, neutral stage versus a Ness. I mean, that's not going to be a good spot to be in. Oh, no. The missed ledge grab. The magnetic hands were not where they needed to be. And Thitko just falls into the abyss.
That game one was all Skull Kid. All Skull Kid. He does everything here. I mean, just such a good performance from them on this Ness pick.
Yeah, that was disastrous, to say the very least. And Thitko just unable to follow up off the back of it. The first stock looked so good. It was 102 to 75, and then all of a sudden Skull Kid took they were given an inch and they took a mile. Skull Kid just became relentless there. It was something that definitely worked out in favor of DePaul, but Skull Kid as a whole really found ways to take advantage of Thitko just playing a very expected Pikachu playstyle.
Yeah, the matchup, it seemed like Thitko was not ready for this matchup.
Agreed.
You did not see them switch off the Pikachu at all today. So I'm not really expecting them to do so here, but you have to wonder if maybe that wouldn't be better for them, considering it just seems like they've struggled to understand this Ness matchup.
Yeah, Ness, definitely a hard character to play against. We see Lilat and Final Destination are going to be banned right away there, so that's going to come out very quick from these players, and that's something that I don't know why Lilat got banned, to be honest. Pikachu really does get the ledge guard and take advantage of the off-stage kind of situation there, but I mean, Thitko's not really playing super well right now, so Lilat, I don't think would really even give them the boost they need against a player as aggressive and as dominant as Skull can have been.
All right, so we are going to be running it back. That's really what I was expecting. But Thitko not only has struggled in the earlier set, but struggling here again. Can they get something going against this Skull Kid Ness that has looked so good?
Yeah, I mean, Thitko, really, this is kind of their time to shine. This is their final opportunity, because they might get 2-0'd again. That'll be 2 back-to-back games where Thitko might not be able to take even a single match.
And already Skull Kid getting out to a great start. Incredible combo build-up. Thitko getting a little bit of damage in now. Trying to move back and forth, trying to keep spacing, but this is really the most difficult thing against Ness, is you have to space out to avoid the projectiles. But
oh no! Thitko's got to be hurting after that one. That was such a nasty play coming from Skull Kid, and now there's such a large advantage, 26% on stock 1, and you've already found a stock. I mean, that's just, things are not looking good.
talk about extra credit all day long. Skull Kid is racking up so much of it here. Oh my goodness. Oh, and the grab, more damage. Almost hits the guy there.
It's not even extra credit at this point. Like you said in match 1, this is just a dominant performance from Skull Kid so far. And Ditko able to rack in the damage. I mean, already at 85%, but it's taken 2 stocks to get Skull Kid 85% on their first. This is looking very dangerously like it could be a 3-0 coming from Skull Kid.
Yeah, definitely we are in stock territory, and that is never where you want to be. Ditko gets a hit in there. I mean, technically we're in kill range, but for very few of Pikachu's moves, this is kill range right now. As you see there, not quite enough damage on that. I think that was the back throw.
Yeah, Pikachu would just need like a down air or something insane, but this back throw is going to send them into the stratosphere. The DI somehow keeps Ditko alive, and now we're just getting recoveries from Skull Kid. Juggle this Pikachu to the moon and back. You can't outrun it no matter how hard you try. 136%, but no, instead, Ditko able to secure just a single stock, save that point. And now Skull Kid got to be pretty mad. You were so close to finding that 3-0, but now it's going to, at best, be a 2-0. There it is.
Yeah, isn't even going to get the JP3 because he did take a little bit of damage before finding that kill blow. But at the end of the day, a 2-stock or a 3-stock, I think we still see that Skull Kid is undeniably the better player here. Absolutely incredible stuff. At least in this online environment.
Yeah, and at least they get that kill confirm coming out here. Last time they didn't really get the confirm, just a single, the tail of the PK, or no, excuse me, of the recovery just barely knocks Ditko out. And this time Skull Kid gets to confirm, I mean, not 1, but 2 amazing eliminations, because that shot onto the Pikachu with the recovery, just very, very impressive.
All right, well, St. John's, they did not get the start they were hoping for from Ditko, but now they have to look forward to the next setup. It's going to be a Loma Mola. Last time we saw them on the Joker pick, playing pretty well on it. Going to be going up against Matt Beach. Now, Matt Beach, let me check out here.
If I'm not mistaken, Matt Beach is the captain of the DePaul Smash team. I might not be correct on that, but if I'm not mistaken, he is the acting captain of their Smash team, or at least their representation here in EGF. He is the one that shows up in the meetings, and that, you know, maybe he's in charge for a reason. Maybe he's the best player they have, but to throw your best player in match 2 would also be a very unusual thing to do. So honestly, I'm not sure this could really go either way for either team here.
Well, I'll say Matt Beach was another one who didn't necessarily play every week, but when he did play, his only loss this season was to AA Battery, who is an incredible player from the University of Hawaii. He was 3-1 in his sets throughout the year, so he has been a very consistent player for them. And of course, DePaul, as we mentioned, has been one of the best crews in the entire EGF. They've just been running the ladder up and down, just kind of demolishing everyone who stands in their way.
Yeah, no doubt on that. They've been, up and down the ladder indeed. They have just been rolling through each and every one of these teams. And according to the score we already have, that looks like that might not be stopping anytime soon as DePaul put themselves up to that 6-0 advantage in the points here. There's going to be 4 more rounds, but the question is, how much is DePaul really going to dominate here?
Yeah, and that is the key question. So we're going to be seeing a lineup change. It's going to be Mr. Saturn replacing Aloma Mola. That's an interesting one. What do you make out of that change?
I think it's definitely going to be interesting indeed. Mr. Saturn also was the other player to not confirm a victory there. They ended up taking a map on Tev, but they did lose in that 2-1. So maybe they want to put the 2 players that lost, get the variables out of the way, and maybe have their more consistent players toward the bottom of the roster to hope that they can flip things around.
Saturn was the Pit and Young Link. He looked really good on the Young Link. I'm kind of confused as to why he started on the Pit.
Yeah, I agree. The Pit was very weird, and I can't help but think maybe had they not chosen Pit at all, they'd have been able to flip that series back. Not that St. John's necessarily needed it. They were able to confirm a victory anyway, but could have just made Mr. Saturn look a little bit better, because the Pit pit just still doesn't sit right with me. It was such an unusual thing to see, and something that, I mean, Mr. Saturn really did end up paying the price for.
All right, well, let's see. We're almost ready here. It looks like our bans came through. We banned FD, banned Pound. What else did we ban? I'm missing the third. Well, okay, so we are going to be back to the Young Link. I'm already feeling much better about this. Okay, we're going to Battlefield. Wait, what?
I'm not sure. Anyway, we're on PS2 now. We've got Man, and we've got Mr. Saturn back on the Young Link. So we've got projectile versus projectile here. Who's got the better aim is going to be the question. Matt Beach able to pick up an early 20%, but now we see 16% coming back right out of Mr. Saturn. There's going to be tied once again. Mere 2% difference. And this game is going to be all about projectiles. I hope you guys like them because we're about to see them for the next 7 minutes here as Matt Beach and Mr. Saturn go up on that Mega Man versus Young Link matchup.
All right, yeah, they are indeed getting into it, and already Mr. Saturn building up some damage. It seems like he is the one with the better aim. He's going to be applying to phase with his 360 no-scope compilation. He's coming in for it. He's getting some damage in, but really the damage is going back and forth between these two. It's just so heavily in favor of Mr. Saturn right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is in favor of Mr. Saturn, and it's something that definitely isn't a great look for them. And I mean, excuse me, isn't a great look for Matt Beach, who's taken a lot more damage. Mega Man, a little bit heavier than Young Link, not by much, but the weight difference is definitely there. And we saw Mr. Saturn go for that exact same play we saw earlier on the Tev, where he tries to interrupt the recovery with that bomb straight down, but is unable to find the value off the back of it yet. And now we see Matt Beach just trying to at least tie up this percentage. We've got over a minute already off the clock, and nobody's lost a stock yet.
Yeah, and that's what you kind of see. I mean, it's a little confusing because they're both more lighter characters. Oh, and there we go. Mr. Saturn finds the kill blow. But both of them trying to space out and toss the projectiles and pepper in damage. Not really going for the big combos or the big smash attacks that are really going to find the kill blows. So that's kind of understandable that they're just going to sit back, rack up the damage, and then go in for the kill. Mad Beach trying to even up the stock here, trying to minimize that extra credit damage we've been talking about all day long. But Mr. Saturn really getting in there. He's not letting him find this kill blow.
And Mr. Saturn definitely trying to find that extra percent of Matt Beach, finally able to confirm that elimination. They're making it 2-2 stock-wise, but still almost a 40% deficit here. Make it a 13% deficit as Matt Beach dumping in the damage right away here, just trying to tie this back up and eliminate that extra percentage, even going as far as to take themselves into the lead by 11% here. But of course, it's going to be turned right back around by one good mind placement coming out from Mr. Saturn. Both these players definitely playing well, but no, Mr. Saturn stuck underneath the map. That's going to be a great look for Matt Beach, as all of a sudden he's got a lot of room to move around.
Yeah, I mean, you hate to see those, but sometimes it happens. So Mr. Saturn now has to find a way to get back into this. Matt Beach, despite kind of a rocky start for him, has now found himself in the driver's seat.
Yeah, absolutely. In the driver's seat, indeed. Matt Beach has just taken full stranglehold of this matchup onto Mr. Saturn, who is still doing well, but now Matt Beach, given basically that free stock, has put them in such a good position to really afford to get aggressive, because losing their life or not really is not going to matter.
Back and forth they go. The damage. Okay. I mean, he was just kind of shielding there. I would have liked to see him try and grab, but I guess that's a decent punish.
Yeah, definitely an unusual play coming out here. The punish, I agree. The grab definitely would have been a little bit smarter. That Beach, 123%. We see Mr. Saturn, 90%. Mr. Saturn on their last stock here. That's going to be the difference maker. Oh, we see almost the hit off, but no, the recovery does end up coming through, and it looks like it's going to be, I mean, it looks like it's just going to be patience coming from both these players. They're both choosing that patient defense, and now it's really going to be who can dump this projectile damage in more once again.
Yeah, but this actually works against Mr. Saturn a little bit because he just gave full rage to this Mega Man. And right there, the punish comes through. Matt Beach able to win game one. Actually able to win it 2-0.
Yeah, the 2-0 does end up coming through there, and shockingly enough, this final elimination from Matt Beach, not really a flashy one, just gets the job done here, able to use that forward air, finds the kill. Mr. Saturn, gets sent home, but that matchup, especially had Mr. Saturn not got stuck underneath the map, I think that would have been close to running out our timer.
definitely. I mean, that's kind of what you expect from the projectile v projectile, but still, I don't know. I feel like both players were doing such a good job of avoiding the projectiles, trying to force the other into a, bad situation. Matt Beach just played it a little bit better. I do think Mr. Saturn getting stuck under the stage hurt him a lot, but I'm not sure if it was really the game breaker, because I feel like Matt Beach still ends up finding that stock anyway.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. I do think Matt Beach probably would have come out on top of that as well, but I definitely think it would have been a lot closer than what we just saw. When you lose an entire stock like that, you really do just kind of hand it over to your opponent.
Right. And we're picking up here. What's the state? So we banned FD again, we banned Lilac. I'm expecting them to stay on the same characters. I don't think they're going to switch it up here. I feel like Matt Beach has just been playing the Mega Man all season long. And I really like the Young Link for Mr. Saturn. I think he plays it a lot better than the Pit.
Agreed. I think the Pit was, I don't know, super weird and just not well practiced enough to be at this tournament setting yet. If that's a character they're looking to play, which would also be very weird because it's a pretty low tier character. So to see Pit come out would be unusual. But as we saw from Tev earlier, just because it's low tier doesn't mean it's bad. That Luigi came out pretty schnasty earlier. So maybe they're looking to do kind of the same thing there. But Matt Beach, like you said, I don't think the Mega Man's going to be changing. We're going to find out in just a second here. I think. Yeah, Young Link versus Mega Man. Identical matchup, but maybe the map's going to change this time.
This is a Pit hate stream, just so we're all clear. Oh, man. We do not accept Pit in this Minecraft server. Okay. Young Link, Mega Man. On Town and City.
Town and City?
All right.
Yeah. This is an identical matchup from earlier. The map may have changed a little bit, but Town and City isn't going to change the fact that these players are going to do nothing but throw projectiles until at least 70 or 80%, and then maybe from there they'll start to get aggressive, but maybe we'll see even more projectiles after that. Who knows? It could really go either way, but Matt Beach, with a mild advantage, might be able to make a mountain here, but unable to do so quite yet. Can't find the elimination on him. The stabbing percentages were still too low, but now the damage comes raking in from Matt Beach. I mean, this is looking like the stock, is already going to be gone. A phenomenal down air. Going to take Mr. Saturn off the map and give Matt Beach a phenomenal lead.
A phenomenal lead indeed. And now trying to build up that extra credit. They are on quite a high percent. I mean, not super high, but 65%, a lot built up. But they're trying to build up more back onto Mr. Saturn, and it's working really well so far.
Yeah, definitely not a good look so far. Mr. Saturn just trying to make it work here. They're down an entire stock, and we see a lot of extra percent coming out of Matt Beach so far. This Mega Man dumping in the damage, putting in the work, trying to find the up smash, but it looks like Mr. Saturn may have been just a little bit out of range there. And now the Leafs going through once again, trying to break through that shield or just hope for even a moment. But now we see the sticky coming out from Matt Beach as well. The shield comes through. Always a little bit stronger. Up smash. Looks like it's going to be able to find Matt Beach off the top here. That's going to be a great look. Now they're on the same stock, but a 70% deficit for Mr. Saturn. Almost already a kill percentage.
I mean, and that's really the difference. The extra credit, it puts you in this snowball situation where Mr. Saturn has to play this stock almost perfectly just to bring it back to an even state here. But we'll see if they can pull it off. They're starting to really get into a groove and try and understand this matchup a little better. It is very difficult to match beat very good Mega Man player, but really we're starting to see Mr. Saturn adapt. And right as I say that, must have cast it for them because they get blown off the stage there.
Oh wow! Oh wow! 58% the combo. Oh, combo's dropped. 58% combo coming out from Matt Beach. They're a phenomenal job, and I mean, right now Mr. Saturn living on 50,000 projectiles in a prayer, just desperately trying to dump in the damage, trying to find Matt Beach as early as they can, but it looks like they're just not able to do so quite as Matt Beach has been doing nothing but controlling the momentum of this matchup.
Great indeed. Yeah, Matt Beach is doing it. And the recovery is not there for Mr. Saturn.
Insult to injury.
Mad Beach with 2 straight 2 shots of his own, and already this game is in danger of getting out of hand. A 12-0 lead for DePaul after the first 2 sets.
I mean, we're just going to have to see a complete, absolute turnaround coming out. And the slow-mo replay of Matt Beach finding that shot is just dirty, to say the very least. Absolutely insult to injury. I'm not sure he was going to make the recovery already, but Matt Beach really wanted to confirm that that was not going to happen. And that's going to be a very fast matchup between those 2 players. I cannot stress that enough. Matt Beach, first game looked a little bit rough, but I mean, Matt Beach on that second matchup was just nothing but ruthless.
I gotta say, in this back half of this set, St. John's, they have a lot to look forward to.
Absolutely.
Aloma Mola and Jay Grunt on the way. Jay Grunt is probably their best player. Mr. L showed some incredible stuff as well. So they're not out of it. 12-0, it's a big deficit to overcome. But there's definitely still a possibility there. Why am I? Okay. There's definitely still a possibility there.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree that maybe they put their unpredictable players first so they could really set the deficit as bad as it could get for them. And that's exactly what they did here. It's going to be 12-0 in favor of DePaul. Now, that's quite the hill to climb, but it is a climbable hill indeed. St. John, like you said, they're better players coming out at the end here. We're going to see very late in the game, we're going to see Jay Grunt and Mr. L come out, and Aloma Mola, I predict, is going to be the next one. If I had to guess the order we're going to see these players, it would be Aloma Mola, Mr. L, and then Jay Grunt, just in terms of performance today alone. So I think that's something that we could see going in very early on, and the aggression coming out. It looks like Mr. L, no, I was wrong. Mr. L is going to be our next one out. And it looks like Aloma Mola is going to be waiting just a little bit longer, which I'm quite excited about because that name is nothing but a tongue twister for me. They're going to be going up against Icaro is how I'm going to choose to pronounce that. That might be incorrect. But Icaro from DePaul University now going to be going up against Mr. L, who did take his first series in a very convincing 2-0.
Yeah. And it's certainly going to be interesting. Icaro is, I mean, really, DePaul doesn't have any bad players. They have great players, and they have good players. Icaro, I would put more in the good category. Still a great performer. Still not a guy that you want to be matched up against, but not quite to the level of, the way that Mad Beach performs, or the way that Legacy performs as well. So we'll have to see how it goes for DePaul here, but the toughest thing about facing against DePaul is up and down the line. There's never a time where I'm like, yeah, I favor this other team to beat DePaul because they're just top to bottom. They don't have any weaknesses.
Yeah.
It's such a tough team to face.
Yeah, it really is. Like you said, there's not really a weakest link. There's no rusty link in this chain. They really are a phenomenal team, and that's exactly what they've been doing for us so far, is nothing but showing phenomenal performance at the back-to-back 2-0 with the score almost as bad as it can get. So very convincing wins from both of these players. And Mr. L, are they going to be able to turn the momentum around, or is Icaro going to make this a third 2-0 in a row in favor of DePaul? We'll have to see coming up here in just a minute.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, I mean, I really do like Mr. L, though. I feel like he has this flashy playstyle. He's so fast on the Pikachu. Just trying to do stuff. I mean, trying to do stuff. Sorry, my brain kind of turned off for a second there.
All good. Right.
Mr. L, I really like his playstyle. I really think that if they're going to take any game, I think that Mr. L is going to be one to do it. And it's such a pivotal point in this series as well, trying to flip things back around.
Yeah, it's something that definitely is something to look out for indeed. If anybody's going to be able to flip this series back around, it's going to be Mr. L, and it's something that I suspect we're going to see that Pikachu play, as we saw earlier, pretty consistently coming out. We're going to see Bayonetta versus Pikachu, so Mr. L might struggle a little bit more against Icaro on this Bayonetta than we saw earlier today.
All right, well, let's see how they play it. Already starting off, Mr. L spaced out with the neutral special. They're both trying to feel each other out, really. Bayonetta has to try and get in close to do the damage. Really much more of a rush character.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We see that this is going to be quite aggressive as Bayonetta needs to get in close, but so does Mr. L. And the fact these players are both choosing to play so slow really goes to show the respect they have for one another. Because they know if they get too confident, they get a little confident in their play style, they can end up costing them a stock, if not a series. Mr. L already in a percentage deficit here, but already putting in the work to make that a smaller deficit. The neutral special is going to come in once again, but 60% from a Bayonetta, that's a dangerous thing to be going up against. Mr. L is going to have to really start putting in the work a little bit harder than we've seen before, with a phenomenal shield, able to survive that witch time there, but now the combo's coming out from Bayonetta, trying to send him right through that sky hitbox. Mr. L going to fall right back down, living at least another couple of seconds here.
You know, it's funny, these Bayonetta combos, they don't necessarily do a ton of damage. I mean, they do like 30-40%, but they just lock you up for so long. It feels so frustrating to play against a Bayonetta player. You know, one hit, and then you're just kind of stuck. You're watching a cutscene for about 5 seconds.
Yeah, you're stuck in an unskippable cutscene for sure. Now we see that, I mean, we're going to see the lead go to Mr. L. This is taking such a slow thing, and it's something that is definitely not something you'd expect to see very often, but the Pikachu is able to find their way on top of the series once again.
Players spacing each other out.
Yeah, the space out's coming out for sure, and Mr. L now trying to find the damage, but being in the lead in percentage, not a good look here for them as Pikachu a little bit lighter than Bayonetta. Now it's going to be underneath the map, and the Pikachu is going to be able to survive, but Bayonetta, the spike doesn't come through. I so desperately wanted to see that spike come through onto Mr. L, but it looks like we're not going to see that quite yet. Instead, we're going to see Icaro just kind of pop off here. Things not looking good.
All right, so the first stock going in favor of Mr. L, but both of these players are so evenly matched right now. This has been a really fun one, and you know, like we've been saying, they're showing so much respect. Neither player wants to make a mistake. They know how powerful and how good the other one is, and how easily this match could flip on its head.
Yeah, it truly could flip on its head in the blink of an eye. And I mean, a full rage Pikachu, I mean, that little electric mouse is here to send you to the graveyard. 50 extra % here already in favor of Mr. L's. They've got that stock lead, but I mean, Bayonetta just looking for one more half-decent combo to take a 200% Pikachu home. I mean, 192, that's the highest % we've seen today, and it's on a Pikachu, which is just amazing. 202% sent off the top skybox there. And now we see Icaro, you know, they've got the tie back up, but they're at a 100% deficit.
Yeah, and that is extra credit working overtime for Mr. L. It makes it so much easier on this second stock for them to just, all they have to do is find 1 or 2 hits, and then, you know, the kill blow, and then they're in a big advantage once again, working for more extra credit. We're going to have to see a Herculean effort here from Icaro. Can they make it happen?
I mean, it's really looking like Mr. L might be able to take this at the very least to a map 3, if not be able to just win the matchup here against Icaro. Icaro playing a lot slower than most Bayonettas do, but when you're at 130% and a 100% deficit, that's of course what you've got to be doing. Now maybe they're getting a little bit nervous as they see Mr. L a force to be reckoned with. Mr. L notorious for his very impressive Pikachu gameplay and the skill that he represents. 150% up throw onto Bayonetta, but somehow, some way she lives another day, and Icaro trying to find anything but a back throw. No, an up throw again coming from Mr. L instead of a back throw, an unusual choice, but I mean, he's holding that controller instead of me for a reason, so I'm sure he knows what he's doing. A 35% combo comes out onto Mr. L, still a 100% deficit between these two players. Mr. L's got to have to find this elimination. We're under 3 minutes on the clock.
We are indeed. As the time takes down, I mean, and that's the crazy thing is, oh my goodness.
Third time's the charm.
200% damage. Both players have gotten to 200% in this game and still lived. Absolutely crazy stuff. But yeah, this taking so long for two characters who love to play fast, it's just yet more proof. These players have so much respect for each other for this matchup.
Honestly.
It's honestly, both of them feel like they have to be on their best, and that is what we love to see. We love to see them going out, leaving it all on the stage right now. and it is great stuff for these two.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we cannot stress that enough. You can see it in the play styles of how slow both of these players are choosing to play, and that they really do respect one another, and they know a single mistake could really cost them the series. And now we see Icaro almost eliminated, but of course Bayonetta able to return to the map. Mr. L still has a 1 stock advantage, so even losing this stock, they are still in a phenomenal position to take this first matchup home. 90 seconds left on the clock. Somebody's got to find a kill soon.
Yeah, honestly, as more time ticks down, and it heavily favors Mr. L because Icaro has to find a comeback here, but Icaro is also trying to fight for their life right now. Oh, okay, so we even the stocks, and that raises the stakes. A minute left to go. Icaro on such high percent here. Oh my goodness.
Icaro gonna have to find the cleanest 0 to death we've seen in a long time, but that dream already crushed. I mean, at this point, Icaro's best hope is maybe run out the timer, maybe burn out the clock, because 140%, unless you pick up this Pikachu and don't drop him again, you're just asking to get sent to the graveyard here. So we're gonna have to see Icaro. I mean, it looks like maybe they want to run this timer out because we're now on that 1 stock tie. It would take us into sudden death, and we'd see Icaro maybe in a really bad position, but maybe able to find the damage off the back of it. Things aren't gonna look great here for Icaro. Mr. L, I don't know, 30 seconds left. Somebody has to do something.
Dude, they have to know time is running out. Mr. L going back to the neutral special spam.
Mr. L,
Can Icaro make it happen?
It could be this close to a win for Mr. L, and then the overtime, the sudden death could get them killed. Mr. L needs to find that kill right here, right now, because if they go, oh, and there it is! There it is! Smash finds Icaro, 12 seconds left on the clock, a 6-minute and 42-second match. Pikachu is able to find a victory over Icaro, and that was only map 1 for these two. We've still got at least 1 left.
Yeah, I mean, wow.
12 seconds left on the clock.
They are really putting on a show for us here.
Absolutely.
These two players, easily 2 of the best of their respective squads, and they are showing it here in a very interesting matchup as well. The Pikachu versus the Bayonetta, 2 very similar styles. So much fun to watch.
Yeah, that was something all right. They really were putting on a show, and that was no doubt the longest match we've had today, and possibly, most likely, the longest we're going to have today. Very rarely you see a matchup between characters like Pikachu and Bayonetta, some of the most heavy damage dealer, combo dealing players in the game, go down to the final 12 seconds of the match. That is without a doubt the best example of the respect both these players have for one another.
All right, and we're getting ready for the next match.
A shame that we saw Mr. L win that, and the score is still 12-1. No longer a goose egg in that score slot for St. John's, but they are still 11 points away from a tie in this series. They really do have quite the mountain to climb.
So we banned Battlefield and Yoshi's Story. Where are we headed for this second match? Honestly, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. I'm really not sure if this is something that is going to make a difference. Both these players, I don't think Pokemon Stadium 2 is the reason that map took as long as it did. I think these players just, no matter where we go, they're both going to want to play that patient defense. Mr. L already having picked a character, 99.8% chance that character is going to be Pikachu, and Icaro hesitating a little bit longer, maybe discussing with a captain or a coach or something, maybe just sitting in their own head as we move back to Pokemon Stadium 2. Is Icaro going to take that identical mirror matchup, or are they going to swap off the Bayonetta? Only time can tell.
I agree. All right. Well, actually, Mr. L popped back out. Thinking it over. These guys, they do not want to make a single mistake. They want to triple check every decision in this matchup because they know how important it is.
Yeah, truly. Mr. L, I mean, was able to win that off the back of a 6-minute and 40 or 48 second matchup there. The question is, can they do that maybe a little bit faster?
Well, we'll see. Already, it's much quicker than last time around. Both players getting in there for some early combos, but mainly Icaro.
Yeah, Icaro picking up, oh my goodness, 60%, almost 70% already. Just putting in the work, almost as Mr. L to 80%, which is just an incredible thing to consider. I mean, that is just a flawless performance so far from Icaro on the Bayonetta. Can they keep up this momentum? Because this is what the last map looked like as well, and we saw Mr. L come out on top of that one.
We did indeed, and Mr. L, though, is taking most of the damage right now.
Almost to 100%, and that's a Pikachu kill percent depending on the move you can hit after it. So if we see Mr. L maybe get a little bit more aggressive, they might end up costing them a stock. But right now, almost able to turn the tables. We see things coming in quick. Icaro able to make themselves only a 16% deficit, and this is absolutely doable.
Mr. L starting to find the damage, starting to find his stride. Oh my goodness! Two straight. Oh my goodness!
The
Mr.
up
L
smash
turns it
finds
all the way
Icaro.
around.
Yeah, Mr. L able to flip this around here. Icaro gonna be up smashed off the map. We saw Mr. L really in favor of those up smashes, even in opportunities where up throw, or even in opportunities where maybe back throws were viable. Oh! Mr. L just handed out a capital L right there to Icaro. A phenomenal combo coming out. Somebody clipped that. That man's gonna want to watch that later. That was Icaro just put on the works. We see Mr. L. They're about to make this a 2-0 of their own.
Oh my goodness, this is disgusting for Mr. L right now, especially after that first match. And even here, coming into this one, it looked slightly in favor of Icaro, and then Mr. L just turned on the Jets. Oh, but there we go. Icaro says, you know what? There's still two great players on this stage, and this one's not over yet. He takes that stock, but he's got a long way to go. The neutral special spam from Pikachu seems to be something Mr. L is relying on a little bit more, and it works kind of well in this matchup. It prevents Bayonetta from rushing down and offers him an opportunity to go in if he manages to land one.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. L, like you said, no, nothing matters. Whatever I was about to say doesn't matter. Mr. L finds the JD3 onto Icaro. Takes a 2-0, the first complete victory we've seen in favor of St. John since the beginning of this matchup. Icaro just got demolished there in that Pokemon Stadium matchup. We're going to see the final elimination comes through first, but I want everyone to pay attention from when that double spike comes back around, because it was breathtaking. There's Icaro taking off Pokemon Stadium 2 once again. Just a flawless shot.
This. And this play here where he hits the Thunderbolt off stage and then just absolutely demolishes him.
Yeah, it was flawless. Like you said, the Thunderbolt, there it is, and then boom, right off the back of it, perfect shield, finds the elimination, sends him right up into the air. Absolutely phenomenal job. And this is the one I was talking about moments ago. This phenomenal combo, the throw into the off, into the down spike, gonna spike them again, back to back, takes the damage, sends Icaro packing.
And the little wave at the end, too. I love it.
Breathtaking, phenomenal performance from Mr. L. Just desperately trying to keep St. John's alive, but now, can the rest of St. John's keep up that momentum? Up next, they're going to have to play as well as Mr. L, and can anybody left on the roster for St. John's do that? We're going to have to find out.
Well, it's definitely going to be difficult. Coming up next is going to be Alomomola. Probably going to be bringing that Joker pick back. Of course, Joker, a very strong pick, always something to watch out for. Going up against Cookie. So it should be very interesting. As we mentioned, always tough to get points on DePaul, but cutting into that deficit makes a huge difference. 12-5 now looks a lot better than 12-0.
Yeah, absolutely.
So much better. Gotta feel so happy if you're on that St. John's side. Getting some big points going into these last two sets.
Yeah, no doubt. That was a phenomenal thing to see. And like you said, St. John's, they are now on the up and up. They've taken this from 12-0, 12-1, 12-5. There's now a 7-point deficit. Can Alomomola make that deficit even smaller?
It's a tough ask. I think asking anybody to, like I said before the Mr. L versus Icaro set, asking anybody to take points off DePaul is a tough ask. But that's what you got to do right now for St. John's in this Vincentian Cup. They've got to earn points for their school. They've got to bring the honor of their university forward, and that's what they're working on right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm thinking, I might be wrong, I might embarrass myself live on stream here, but I'm thinking the most points a player could score would be 8, and that is a perfect set. So if Alomomola walks in and completely rolls over Cookie, not only will they tie it up, they can take the lead by a single point. So that, I mean, it's doable, and that just goes to show you how, 7 points feels like a lot, but one player can make that difference at the end of the day.
Let's see. It looks like they're getting ready. Our bans are coming through. We're going to see a banning FD again. Have we gone to FD today at all?
I think we've gone to FD twice, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe even once.
Twice.
A lot of people have not been picking FD.
I was going to say maybe once. And then we banned Battlefield and PS2. Interesting. PS2, in my experience, is usually a... usually kind of a neutral stage. Very few characters don't like PS2. It's not necessarily like a favorite, but it rarely gets banned out. So I'm surprised that that's getting banned out early. Although I guess that's coming from the Joker player, so I guess maybe it makes a little more sense.
Yeah, most definitely. That does make a little bit more sense. But Joker can absolutely utilize PS2, and of course, having platforms makes it a little bit harder to keep those consistent combos, that consistent damage. But it's doable at the end of the day. And Alomomola, last opponent, was Mbrock on that Game & Watch. Talked about earlier, Game & Watch. I'm a huge fan of that character. Anyone that plays him has my utmost respect. I love me some Mr. Game & Watch. But now going up against someone not on Game & Watch, can Alomomola keep the same dominant performance they did earlier? They were able to secure a 2-0 victory, but it was very close both times. Mbrock really took it down to the wire for every engagement. As the gates are going to open up here, Alomomola, this is really their opportunity to shine. We're going to find out. I'm going to assume that Joker versus Cookie on Palutena. So Joker gonna struggle here.
Yeah, definitely. Palutena, although it is another one of the Nair spam characters, lots of projectiles, really going to be, going to try to zone out Alomomola, but Alomomola goes right in for some early damage. Oh, but Cookie, they bring it right back. Oh no, the Nairs! Oh no!
That was phenomenal. I mean, Cookie picks up 55% off the back of just the disgusting Palutena combo, something you see against every Palutena player in that competitive ladder. And right now we see they have the lead, but not by much. Arsene coming out already from Alomomola, trying to dump in quick damage onto Cookie, who's really doing a great job keeping a bit of an advantage. And as I say it, looks like it's going to be taken out. And Cookie the Nair train we just saw had left the station, and I thought it was going to send Alomomola all the way back to spawn, but they were able to break out of it there. Now only a 10% deficit between these two players. Who can deal a little bit more damage a little bit too fast? I mean, DePaul, they've got a great point advantage, but if they let Alomomola take this series, it's going to be pretty scary for him.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, though, I really liked what Alomomola did there. That Nair train could have been demoralizing to a lot of players, but he shook it right off and brought it right on back. Got some big combos in a tough matchup for him as well, and really doing well on this Joker pick so far.
Yeah, the Joker pick, I mean, obviously these are both characters that are considered to be relatively overpowered. A lot of people don't like seeing them or playing against them on the ladder, but going up against one another, I personally think the Joker has the disadvantage, but right now, Alomomola has that advantage right now just in terms of stock. Here comes a second Arsene for this stock alone, and now the extra percent just being dumped onto Cookie. No, Cookie gonna turn it right back around, find that elimination quick. Gonna be back 2-2, 18% difference, but the Nair train looks like it's trying to leave the station. Can it get Alomomola aboard? That's the question here. 40% difference in favor of Alomomola, but now here comes the Nair train once again. No, Cookie instead gonna choose to do a little bit of damage and get out of there, trying to reset this engagement.
Yeah, I mean, really the key for Cookie there did not allow any extra credit points. Almost no damage coming through after losing the stock. Took that stock, even up the score as soon as possible. And that's huge. Alomomola now with the third Arsene, though. Is he going to be able to do anything with this one? They're getting some damage in. Takes Cookie off the stage. The recovery comes through. Not able to edge guard, but on the recovery is able to get some damage in and keep this in a disadvantaged state. Oh, the read again. 2 reads in a row on the recovery from Cookie, but Cookie goes to the library too, picks up a book right there.
Cookie just desperately trying to make sure DePaul does not lose this lead, and I mean Alomomola doing everything they can to make sure they do. So right now, DePaul the hopes of DePaul on the shoulders of Cookies and the the hopes of Alomomola on the shoulders, or excuse me, the hopes of St. John's on the shoulders of Alomomola. Right now, we see Cookie losing another stock, but once again, gonna tie it up right away. We're going all the way to complete third stock here.
Yeah, and I mean, these two are pretty evenly matched, but Alomomola I would still give a slight advantage to. Let's see if they can keep that advantage. Oh my goodness, look at this combo. A great grab. Oh, but Cookie hits in there. Could have started the Nair train, decided not to that time. The Merciful Goddess is definitely working through it this time.
Absolutely.
Arson comes out now, and this is very dangerous. 96% with Arson. Pretty much any blow could be a kill shot. Alomomola doesn't quite find it there, though.
Yeah. Oh, and that's going to be it. All the way to third stock. Alomomola 60%. Looks like they're trying to keep this momentum going for St. John's. They confirm a first map victory. Can they do it one more time? That was a lot closer than I think Alomomola wanted, but I really don't think Cookie had the advantage anytime that wasn't that first Nair train we saw.
Yeah, and if I'm Alomomola as well, I'm feeling very happy about my performance there. You know, in the first game against that Game & Watch, Mbrock made a lot of good plays, especially avoiding a lot of the projectiles. But, you know, as we talked about, Mbrock could have played that Game & Watch a lot better. Cookie is a very strong Palutena player. Cookie's, you know, put up great performances throughout the season. And for Alomomola to come out and perform against such a difficult opponent is really, really impressive to me, and they've definitely got to be feeling themselves going into this game too here.
Absolutely, and I mean, this could be the second map in a row that we see St. John's come out on top of. They're really looking to make this series a lot closer. The 12-0 lead, definitely not a good look, but now we see the rest of the players coming in hot. Mr. L takes that 2-0 victory. Alomomola looking to do the very same thing, and Jay Grunt, the anchor for this team, I mean, we saw what he could do earlier, and it was phenomenal.
All right. Both are picking. We did see Alomomola ban Smashville and Battlefield. I almost said Smashfield.
Battleville.
So we are Battleville, yes. So we are going to be going to PS2.
PlayStation 2 coming at you hot here. Exact same matchup, Palutena and Joker coming in. Blink of an eye, St. John 6-12. They've had the score here. Now can they keep this momentum going? If we see Alomomola, every time I look at the name, I forget how to say it. Every time, if we can see Alomomola get aggressive here and keep a lead, this could be a phenomenal look. But Cookie already confirming 30% onto this Joker in the first 5 seconds of the match. A great look for them as well.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm remembering, let's see, Alomomola is actually a Pokemon. So we are now at Alomomola's home stadium here on PS2.
Yeah, maybe they wanted that home field advantage even though they're playing the boy from Persona 5. Maybe they just wanted the name to feel a little more comfortable, and this is a very close matchup again already. 77-88%. That's going to be insane. Joker now at 96%, so the damage coming in quick from both these, but the back throw from Palutena is a lethal one. Somehow Cookie able to survive. Not for much longer perhaps, but no, there it is! There's the forward air. Cookie able to confirm the back of it. That's going to give them a one-stock lead. Can they find the extra credit, or is Alomomola going to flip this right back in favor?
The Nairs are doing the work. Alomomola needs to cut down on this extra credit, needs to find that stock right now because Cookie is starting to get in a groove. Arson comes out, but it doesn't matter. Alomomola is now in a disadvantage state. Can't even recover. Wow. The edge guarding from Cookie is incredible this game. Oh my goodness. Oh,
Cookie is an unspoken beast right now. Alomomola takes that first match very convincingly, but that woke something up in Cookie because they are ruthless so far. 2 phenomenal stock eliminations and extra credit has turned into a guaranteed A+ here as Cookie now has a 2-stock lead over Alomomola.
Yeah, and Alomomola, all the momentum from game 1 is now completely gone. On the back foot here, 1 hit takes this stock. There it is. Okay, but you still got 2 more stocks to go, buddy. What are you gonna do? Still has Arson. Can he keep it going? Let's see.
this is just Cookie's got such an advantageous position here. But just because they are up does not mean this is a guaranteed victory. Aloma Mola, especially on Joker with Arsene, can absolutely bring this back. It's going to be a fantastic look. Like you said, that stock does come through. Won't be a 3-0, won't even be a JV3. It's 28% already. But no, the up air from Cookie's going to take us to a clean map 3. Both these players putting at least 1 point under their belt.
Well, actually, Cookie in the lead after that dominating performance, 2-1 on this set, which makes it even more difficult for St. John's here. Now down 14-6.
Oh my God, I
points.
completely forgot about a first matchup.
Oh,
I completely zoned. I totally forgot the first match had even happened.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I can't blame you. After the way Aloma Mola played there on PS2, looked like a totally different player.
It felt so convincing.
That's the Cookie that we've seen all season long. And that's why I'm so impressed with Aloma Mola coming out in Game 1 and putting on a show there. But that Cookie, if you get off stage, you might as well just turn your Switch off. I mean, you're not getting back on it. It's not happening. The edge guarding is just brutal, suffocating the opponents. This Cookie is just absolutely incredible.
I guess you could say that's the way the Cookie crumbles, as Aloma Mola just got.
Nah, that cookie is cracked. That cookie is cracked.
You know what? That cookie is cracked. I could not have said it better. That cookie is absolutely cracked. And just a phenomenal performance so far. We see bans for FD coming through, which I don't. Why does nobody want to play FD? It's a great map. I love it. I don't know why nobody wants to be playing it right now, but truly, the map I'm sure we all want to see is, of course, Poke Floats, but unfortunately, guys, we won't be able to see that here today. You'll have to wait a little bit longer for that one.
I mean, I don't understand why we don't use any community maps.
I just want a map where it's a big box and there's a single hole in the top, and that's your kill confirm. That's the map I want. I think those would be absolutely chaotic. And no, we will be going back into Kalos here. Same matchup, Palutena versus Joker.
All right. So, I mean, I want to reiterate here as we go into this. 14-6 for DePaul is a huge lead. 8 points. That's the maximum you can get from a single set. If you get 2-3 stocks in the win, you get 8 points. So, right now, DePaul is in an incredible position. They're not mathematically winning yet, but it's very, very close, and it has to start with Aloma Mola winning this game here.
Yeah, not only does Aloma Mola have to win this, but then after that, Jay Grunt can't drop a single game. So that's really going to come down to the wire on that, but that's if Aloma Mola wins this, and if Cookie can play the same way we saw just moments ago, that's going to be a tall glass to fill, but right now Aloma Mola just barely in the lead, 14% here. Going to go a little bit higher, and we see, oh, okay, it is stacking. I can't even catch up fast enough. Aloma Mola dumping in the damage.
Oh,
Cookie going to be the first to make 100 rear its ugly head here. Aloma Mola only 50%. Cookie with a back throw, going to be back thrown off the map by Aloma Mola, and this Joker has full momentum control here.
Yeah, and as well, even if they start to lose the control for this Joker, I really love the Kalos pick. Having the platforms on the edge to try and mitigate some of this brutal, suffocating edge guarding that came out from Cookie's Palutena. We see Arsene out now. Oh my goodness. Perfect timing on that projectile. Now being able to land back on stage. Cookie, oh, there it is. There's your stock. That's taken. And Aloma Mola still has Arsene. Still has quite a bit of time on it. Can they build up some more damage? Aloma Mola on this Joker, trying to be the hero and keep their team alive. St. John's needs a win badly, and Aloma Mola is trying to make it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Aloma Mola definitely trying to make the magic happen here, and it's going to be a lot easier. It's going to be pretty easy set and pretty easy done as they've got that full stock and extra credit advantage here. Things just looking absolutely phenomenal. A great look coming out of this Joker player. And it really does come down to the wire on this. Aloma Mola has to secure this victory here. Cookie gonna have to secure a victory as well. If Cookie wins here, it's gonna be all but over for St. John's in terms of just mathematical opportunity. We might see something come through quickly, but Aloma Mola definitely looking like they've got pretty good control of the matchup so far.
Definitely. And that's just so impressive. And I really, really wonder why they didn't ban PS2. They even banned PS2 for the first game. But for that last one, they left it open, and they really got punished on it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's... I mean... I don't know. I feel like Alomomola in a good spot, but still not a great spot, just considering the damage Palutena can dump out so quickly.
Oh.
That's going to make it look so much better as Cookie now down 2 stocks. This matchup all but over for the Palutena player. Who,
and Arson out as well.
This could be a disaster here for Cookie.
Oh,
He's
the
already
3 stock.
25%, and the 3 stock is, I mean, it's looking doable. This might be the first 3 stock.
Can they
we've seen
do
all
it?
day.
One combo. That's all it takes to get the 3 stock. You know what? I'm all for it. Oh, man. And I had to caster curse him. My bad. I'm sorry. Sorry, St. John's fans. I ruined it.
Yeah, that was definitely unlucky, but Alomomola still in the driver's seat by over a stock here. Things looking very good. You'd love to see it. Already halfway to another Arson as well. 85% last stock for Cookie on this Palutena. Does the Nair Train come alive? Not yet. Not leaving the station once again. 50%, but Alomomola has a complete extra stock in their back pocket. Can Cookie take it to maybe make the points a little bit less? Alomomola just trying to farm as many points as they possibly can in this final matchup.
Oh, and Arson almost ready to go, but might not even need it. If he does, it's out. And Cookie at such high percent, really one good hit, and it's all over for this Palutena. Can Alomomola find it? That one's not quite going to kill. Too far off the stage to the left side.
Yeah,
just bouncing him around.
It's just a juggle here. Cookie cannot find the space.
Oh!
Alomomola reads the shield like a children's book, waits a single moment, and sends Palutena to space. That's going to be a 2-1 victory for Alomomola, keeping St. John's alive for what is going to be the final matchup between these two teams.
And that is massive. Going into J Grunt in this last set, a 14-10 lead. Let's take a look at these replays. We haven't appreciated these for these two players. And there was some great plays from Alomomola. Oh my goodness, just rushes him right down. And now here, I believe this is... Oh, I remember. Alomomola takes it to 3-1. Another great read. Reads the roll there. And then I think
that was definitely the big
only
difference
stock
here.
taken. Yeah,
I think
Alomomola just
was
going to the library
difference.
on this one.
Yep, yeah, Alomomola just constantly reading, constantly being steps ahead, was that proactive player instead of that reactive player, and that's really how they were able to come out on top. The reads were nothing but phenomenal, nothing but flawless. Let me sit all the way up as we come back to camp. I'm slouching quite a bit. And we see Alomomola just constantly finding the necessary reads on the Cookie. Cookie putting up an incredible performance as well, but when you get read as easily as you were by Alomomola, that series was almost impossible to win.
Almost impossible indeed, and the win does come through as St. John's stays alive. DePaul has been one of the best schools, not one of the best, I'd say they were the best school for Smash Bros. Throughout the EGFC season, but here in the Vincentian Cup, all of that history is gone, and St. John's are looking to do the unthinkable here. 4 points is easily doable. 4 points is literally 2 1 stocks. I mean,
yeah, it's really that easy. It's so unbelievably doable. J Grump has to do a little bit better than what should be considered the bare minimum of getting points. This could be so unbelievably winnable. J Grunt could win up to 8 points. Anywhere from 5 to 8 points is a confirmed victory.
Yeah, and J Grunt, arguably the best player on this squad. I mean, based on how Mr. L performed today, I guess that he would like to really contest for that, but J Grunt throughout the season has been a consistent performer. It's going to be very tough, but Legacy as well, an incredible player, as all the DePaul players are, so it really could go either way.
Yeah, there is, I mean, Legacy, the name is no joke. Legacy is exactly what they're looking to leave. I have seen them play before firsthand, and they have been absolutely amazing. But as we all saw today, J Grunt, just as impressive. I honestly think Legacy might have a mild advantage here, but if J Grunt can pull out really all of the stops, no holds barred situation, it's gonna be quite the matchup.
It is indeed. I just want to remind everyone, as we're getting ready for this last one, please, this is a charity tournament. We're all out here not just for fun, but for a great cause. The funds raised will be distributed to each university's respective student relief fund. We all know how difficult it has been these last few months, and we want to help assist students in their times of need. You can find out more by typing !donate in the chat.
Yep, couldn't have said it better. Please help these students, and we are sure that this has been rough on all of you. The same has been rough on us, and the same has been rough on them. But if you can donate, please, that is what today is all about. That is what the Vincentian Cup is all about. So please, if you can find that, it's going to be a great opportunity for you to really express some gratitude and help these students continue doing what they love, which is, of course, pursuing their dreams. So we cannot thank you guys enough simply for being here, let alone if you are able to donate. That would just mean the absolute world to us and everybody involved in the Vincentian Cup.
Yeah, and we've had our videos, of course, throughout about the meaning, and we talked with some of the players about the Vincentian mission and about really what it means to these players and to these students. And it's a great community that these schools have set up.
Absolutely.
But it sounds like we're just about ready to go for this final set. This has been a very exciting match between these two.
Absolutely.
I think we're going to do a lag test.
Looks like we might be seeing a lag test come in. That explains why you're still staring at us with the audio in the background for us here. So yeah, we're going to do a quick lag test, and we're going to wait just a moment and try to make sure both these players can play well. And I mean, a lag test, if you want to do one, this is really the opportunity to do it, because if lag is the reason you lose here, I mean, for St. John's, they're so close to taking this series out from DePaul, who we talked about earlier, such a powerhouse. They had such a convincing lead early on.
Yeah, so we see.
I hear Steve.
I don't know if he's gonna keep that, but he is on this. He is on the Steve right now.
I heard the dirt. I heard. Oh! Fingers crossed, everybody at home. Fingers crossed that we see a Steve today. I would be so unbelievably excited. I really hope this isn't a debate. I'll be so excited.
Oh boy!
Sounds like he won too. Just kidding. It was a lag test. Alright, we're going to be jumping in here. Friends will become foes. The Vincentian Cup is all about keeping those important and strong relationships with members of other schools and the esports community, but when it comes to being out on that battlefield, you leave everything behind, you leave it all on the table, and you do nothing but play your best and perform your best. That's exactly what Jay Grunt and Legacy are looking to do here. Jay Grunt looking to bring his team to a victory over one of the largest teams in EGF season, and Legacy looking to leave exactly that, looking to confirm the victory. My heart is broken. We're going to see a Greninja versus a Joker. Very unfortunate to see, but it looks like that is all right. We see Legacy with the tag George and Jay Grunt with the tag Toxicroak on that Greninja. So things are going to be intense here. It's really going to come down to which one of these players plays a little bit faster, who plays a little more consistent.
Yeah, and I mean, just going off of what you said there, I have to favor Jay Grunt, that consistency. But early on, the damage is slightly favoring Legacy, and, you know, Jay Grunt goes in for a nice little combo there. Jay Grunt continuing. Oh my goodness. Oh, that was not quite what he wanted.
Woo!
Take a sigh of relief.
Yeah, that was a frightening thing to see, and as much as I love casting Smash, Joker does get a little bit old as the day goes on. You see him so many times, and I'm sure we're going to see him so many more. He's a great character, and of course, if you're good with him, play him to the moon and back, but he's just not, in my opinion, that fascinating to watch.
The playstyle for Joker is very straightforward, I would say. They want to do one thing, they do it very well. And that's run at you and kill you.
Yeah, that's it. That is the Joker handbook to a T. They will run and they will kill and they will do nothing in between. And that is exactly what this Joker's looking to do. We see Legacy already at a 30% deficit. It's going to be even bigger, an entire stock deficit, as the extra percent gets to come rolling in for Jay Grunt unless they're immediately eliminated here.
All right, let's see. Remember, it's just a 4-point game now. Could go either way. Jay Grunt making it back to stage.
Gets a little bit extra percent under the belt, but it looks like they might lose the stock here, spiked off the side of the map. Very unfortunate to see. Just when Jay Grunt had a real lead to take advantage of, Legacy's going to rip that right back. Going to be a 2-stock tie with a mild percent advantage here for Jay Grunt, but with the damage a Joker Arsene deals, I mean, it can be flipped back in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, not much extra credit allowed there by Legacy on this Joker. really was not interested in any kind of after-school supplementing. I don't care if you failed the test. I'm not giving you any bonus points.
Yeah, no, it's really looking just not. The books are not looking good here. We see that all of these players not really able to find the damage necessary. 2 stocks for each, and Legacy down by about 40%, and now trying to dump the damage back. Both these players, I feel, playing a lot slower than you'd expect a Greninja or a Joker to be playing.
All right, let's see. I mean, it's definitely a fun match going back and forth between these two. It's clear that, once again, we have a matchup where there's a lot of mutual respect, as we saw with Mr. L and Icaro. These guys are not trying to go for the style plays. They are really just trying to make sure that they keep it safe, don't make too many mistakes, and look for those openings. And Jay Grunt's just doing it a little bit better right now than Legacy.
Jay Grunt just a couple steps ahead, and at the end of the day, that's what this game is all about, being the current leader of the situation here. Trying to find another elimination onto Legacy. Taking an early stock win, even with 2 stocks, would be phenomenal. Putting them with a 1 stock lead would put them exactly where they need to be to tie up the series, and if the series is tied, it puts us into an additional best-of-3 match where both teams get to pick a representative of their choosing. So that would be, I'm sure, the best of the best coming from both sides. Question is, can Jay Grunt confirm a win here without losing the 2nd stock?
We'll have to see. Legacy still has the Arsene for a little bit longer. Makes it very dangerous for Jay Grunt just to exist, but Jay Grunt does find a way to get in and get some damage. And now this could be dangerous.
Oh! Jay Grunt with the nasties! Absolutely. Oh, Legacy just got demolished by Jay Grunt underneath the map there. And Jay Grunt does put us out of that tie scenario now. I think. I can't do math.
Well, okay, so this is the thing. If Jay Grunt wins it with a 1 stock...
Oh, the disrespect. Legacy's got to be furious with that one. Oh, man.
If Jay Grunt goes into this game... Sorry, if Jay Grunt gets a 1 stock and wins the set, they'll get 5 points, so they'll have 15. But if Legacy also gets a 1 stock win, then it's tied at 15.
So this is absolutely still tieable, just no longer tied at 14.
Yeah.
Right. All right. That's important information for all of you listening at home as well. And I know the points can get a little bit confusing, but the longer you do this, the more and more sense it makes. I'm still learning it myself, as you can hear from the conversation we just had. But stick around, you really do get to pick it up a little easier than maybe you'd expect. Now, like you said, if we can see Legacy come back with a 1 stock victory, bump them up to 15, that puts it into a tie scenario once again. And that series, even though it was a 2 stock difference, that was still very, very close.
Was indeed, and it looks like they're almost ready to go again. Banning...
Looks like no Animal Crossing today.
Town and Country in Smashville? Yeah. That's okay. I'm okay with any day that doesn't have Animal Crossing.
That's fair. As fun as the games are, the map's not
Villager?
Nearly as good. Villager, hey, Smash 4 Villager is a name to not be stepped on. He was phenomenal.
Villager is annoying.
They just did Villager dirty in Ultimate. He just got, of all characters to get brutally nerfed, I don't know why it was Villager, but they really chose to make that choice, and they still let Bayonetta and Pikachu into this game. But for some reason, Villager wasn't allowed to be played. And as we move back into this matchup, it's going to be Jay Grunt versus Legacy. All cards on the table. What is all left on the table here? Jay Grunt on that Greninja and Legacy on the Joker. If Jay Grunt wins right here, he can confirm a victory for St. John's after what started off as a very bad game for them.
Yeah, and what a win it would be as well. DePaul, one of the probably the best team in the EGFC, gonna get taken down potentially. We'll see. Can Jay Grunt finish it off? He's been a strong anchor all season long, but Legacy, no slouch in his own right. We'll see. Coming into it, Jay Grunt already building up a ton of damage onto this Joker.
Absolutely. And just to remind all of you at home, St. John's representative is going to be the Toxic Heroic player. Jay Grunt is his name, and then of course DePaul is George, or Legacy is their gamer tag. So just to keep that in mind at home. And then as we move in, we see not a large deficit here in percentage. Both these players playing very slow, very respectively once again. We see Legacy just looking around trying to find early damage, but Jay Grunt able to find off the back of the Hubris. Legacy gets a little bit too close, and Jay Grunt looking to confirm an elimination already.
He tried to do the
not able to
again.
do so quite yet. The Shrew, I can never say that word. The Stars coming out unable to find the elimination early on, but there's a massive percent difference between these two players right now.
Oh man, okay. Yeah, and I mean that's the thing, is that when the Arson came out, Legacy wants to play aggressive, and Jay Grunt just feeds right into it. When he comes in with that aggression, he just comes right back at him, and Jay Grunt wins out, takes that first stock. And Jay Grunt looking strong as ever when his team needs him most.
Yeah, Jay Grunt really becoming the Deus Ex Machina of this situation. He's really becoming the hero they need right when they need it. And he's looking to make it a 3-stock. 75% on the first stock. We see Legacy already down to their first. A phenomenal performance so far. We see they're trying to find that stock early on. If Legacy could absolutely still turn this around as Joker, but right now Jay Grunt playing with such an aggression that Legacy's never even given the room to breathe.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. Just suffocating gameplay from Jay Grunt right now. The Arson has come out now for Legacy's Joker. Can they do something with it? Okay, lots of damages built up on the Jay Grunt. They could find a kill blow, almost get a spike, but not quite there.
Legacy looking for the spike, but Jay Grunt just always 1 or 2 steps ahead. We saw it earlier in the last match, Aloma Mola able to take advantage of the fact that Cookie was never on the same page, but Legacy's struggling because Jay Grunt's always 2 steps ahead, constantly avoiding these shots. Legacy now 100% on final stock. Jay Grunt desperately trying to find this elimination here, because if they confirm a 3-stock, that confirms a victory for St. John's.
Yeah, I mean, and the only 3-stock of the day so far as well, if Jay Grunt can finish it off.
This is getting really close. I'm sweating. I'm on the edge of my absolute seat here. But no! Jay Grunt does confirm. He finds a 3-stock onto Legacy and does the impossible. Jay Grunt single-handedly brings St. John's back and confirms a back-to-back victory over one of the strongest teams in the league. A phenomenal performance.
And that's exactly what St. John's was looking here on day 1 of this Vincentian Mission tournament. Absolutely incredible stuff. As let's take a look back at some of these replays from Jay Grunt and Legacy.
Just a breathtaking performance from Jay Grunt, and we're not going to see any eliminations from Legacy here on this replay because he was unable to find one. That was a complete 3-0, our first 3-0 of the evening, something that we have not seen all day. And DePaul, they end up losing, and now they still have to go into one more game coming up after this one. So that's something they're going to have to watch out for.
Yeah, I do think DePaul is going to be able to take this series over Niagara.
Absolutely.
But, you know, anything can happen. I was expecting DePaul to win this one over St. John's, but St. John's, they're going to be very happy to get some cup points going forward into Game 2.
Of course.
Great stuff from them.
We have our interviewee coming in once again. It's going to be Thitko again, who was one of 2 players once again to not end up coming out on top of that engagement. So, you know, maybe we'll get to hear a little bit different. You know, this was again a very close matchup, winning by a single point against the powerhouse that is DePaul. So we're going to get Thitko in here in just a second for our interview. Thitko.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right, my friend. How are you? We are live on the air. Just to give you that heads up, you guys have now confirmed your back-to-back victory over the absolute tanks that are DePaul. I'm sure you guys are feeling fantastic.
We are so hyped right now. Everyone's in the call. Everyone's popping off. It's a celebration in there right now. But
that is we
kept our cool. We did our adjustments, and it was a really close game. And we love it because at the beginning of the season, DePaul beat us, so it feels good to come back and do this.
Absolutely.
Get some revenge.
Yeah, you guys just put on an absolute masterclass today. Jay Grunt, in particular, the Greninja today, nearly flawless.
That's Jay. That's Jay. That's all I can say.
So, I mean,
yeah,
no, go ahead, please.
No, I mean, I'm just wondering, like, as a team, what does it mean to you, especially to help your school out in this Vincentian Mission tournament going forward, that you're able to get the win over DePaul and get those points?
As a team, we're hyped. We've worked so hard through practices over Wi-Fi, some in person, just all the struggles we've had. We're hyped as a team that we can come back and show you guys that it's finally paid off. And it's good to do it for the school, to know that we represent something.
The hard work has absolutely paid off, my friend. Please extend our congratulations to your teammates. Again, you guys did an absolutely phenomenal job tonight. So thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on your back-to-back victories.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Thank you for hosting us. Thank you for giving us a platform to show the world that we're here.
Absolutely. You guys heard it here first. St. John's University, they are here to show us they are a team and a force to be reckoned with. Thank you so much for joining us, my friend.
Thank you.
And as we move into our final game of the evening, DePaul, they're down, but they're not out quite yet. They now go up against Niagara University. So that's something coming up in just a minute, but we're going to get those teams set up, and I'm going to take a quick restroom break. I recommend you guys do that as well at home. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
I'm excited for the Vincentian Cup because I know that Vincentian values are a large part of what Niagara University is. So it's really awesome to have an entire esports event with schools of similar values.
That we really get to showcase the kind of like hard work that a lot of our players have been putting into, honing their passion for all of the games that they play, and creating it into like a really tangible, like a real skill that they're able to show off.
Excited to participate in the Vincentian Cup and be able to do what we all enjoy, which is play video games, but we are also doing that with other schools who share the same values and mission as us, which means we're all playing, but we're playing for the same purpose, which is to raise funds and to continue to support and maintain our Vincentian mission and values.
I'm really excited for the Vincentian Cup in terms of its competitive nature. At DePaul Rocket League, we have a bunch of new players that are fired up, ready to go, and this will give them the first opportunity possible to represent DePaul and get some W's for us.
Competing in this cup is a great time for us to network with the 2 other Vincentian schools in DePaul and St. John's. It's also the first time our League of Legends team gets to play this year.
Let's go Niagara!
Let's go Niagara. See you in December.
I'm really excited to see how this all plays out in December, so let's go Team DePaul.
Let's go DePaul!
Let's go St. John's University.
See you in December.
Welcome everyone. Big spike Oreo. They have really hard skin.
DePaul University. Here, we do what others don't, dream what others won't. A diverse community possessed with a passion to know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. DePaul University. Here, we do.
Welcome back, everybody, to what is going to be the last Smash matchup of the Vincentian Cup today. It's going to be Niagara versus DePaul. We've seen both these teams already, and we've already got confirmation that DePaul's going to make a couple of swaps, but we'll hold those till we're a little later in the series, and we'll see those players coming out soon. But welcome to our third and final strike of the evening. We've got Niagara and DePaul. Both these teams have played today, but they've yet to play against each other, which is why we're here now.
Yes, indeed, and as well, we're going to see them swapping around the lineups a little bit. So DePaul, last time they started out with Skull Kid, but this time Matt Beach is going to be their opener. He's going to be facing off against Tin Can, who is one of the only ones to score points for Niagara last time around. So it should be pretty interesting. Tin Can, I believe, he was on the Ike. That's right, yeah. So Ike against Mega Man.
It's a fascinating matchup, but I think I would at least at an initial glance give it to Mega Man simply due to the projectile advantage.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, Ike, like we said, you can never really count him out, but I would favor Mega Man as well. I really think it's a bit of a skill matchup, but in that case, I'd be inclined to favor Matt Beach as well because, you know, he and the rest of DePaul have just been so good all season long.
I would say Mega Man definitely has an advantage. I'd say like not by much, like a 60-40 scenario. Like I could absolutely see Ike coming out on top of Mega Man with those projectiles, and you've got the up air, which if you can get Ike up, he's probably not going to be coming back down. And the Leaf Shield is great. I mean, just to push into Ike and really force him to use counter, you can really take advantage of that early on. So I'm thinking maybe that we can find some high value on the Mega Man, but you know, for all we know, they could come in with two completely different heroes. So.
Yeah, that's definitely possible. I think Matt Beach has played the Mega Man pretty consistently all season. Now that's not to say that he definitely doesn't have a secondary, but if he does, I don't remember seeing it. As for Tin Man,
I think it's just an initial Mega Man advantage, and like you said, if it's skill advantage, that comes down pretty quickly to Matt Beach, in my opinion.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm just intrigued. It seems like we may be having some issues. Okay, it looks like we're actually gonna be seeing Matt Mbrock up first on the Game & Watch.
Ah, Matt Beach and Mbrock. So this is going to be a fascinating combination indeed. Mega Man versus Game & Watch is a much different matchup than Ike versus Mega Man.
Yeah, most certainly.
These are two unconventional heroes as well. You don't see Mega Man or Game & Watch picked nearly as often as some other characters we've seen today, such as the Joker, which we've seen in so many matchups tonight, which is just absolutely crazy. We've seen a lot of Pikachus a little bit here and there, and you know, we've just seen a lot of consistent characters to come out with Game & Watch and Mega Man, both characters you don't expect to see very often, let alone the matchup against one another. Yeah.
We could see a very slow matchup with them, like projectile v projectile. We've seen some of those matchups earlier today. I'm not really sure what to expect. I mean, I'm still favoring Matt Beach at the end of everything, but aside from that, I don't really know if he'll dominate it. I don't really think it's kind of a matchup that he could dominate.
Yeah, I'm really not sure, because we saw earlier Mbrock is great at eating projectiles. We saw that up against the Joker earlier, and that's kind of Mega Man's only real advantage here, is he can reach a further distance. But if we see Mbrock on top of that, constantly eating every projectile, definitely something that we can see moving forward.
Still just waiting on things to get set up here. I think we started to see bans come through. Okay, so we ban Battlefield. I guess that makes sense. Projectiles, you don't want to have a lot of platforms in the way.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't really think you can read too much into the bans between these two.
Agreed, because I feel like neither of them really get... I don't know, this is such an unusual matchup. This is one that I'm really not familiar with. I, of course, want to give the advantage to Game & Watch because I absolutely adore watching Game & Watch gameplay, but up against Mega Man, I mean, I really don't know, because Mega Man can play up close and very far away, so it's something that Game & Watch is going to constantly have to be adapting to.
So let's see, as we're getting ready, ban FD and PS2, so no FD still.
I don't think we're going to see FD at all.
Very few Final Destination today. I'm not really surprised, but that's the way the cookie crumbles.
No FD today. It's an unfortunate thing to see, but something that I guess we will see no matter how hard we try. FD is just an impossible map to play on, apparently.
Allegedly. I mean, is it really that difficult, though? I guess we've seen a lot of Rushdown today. You definitely want to ban FD if you're facing against Rushdown.
Yeah, that's the truth. I think Mega Man would find an advantage on Final Destination, so I'm gonna assume, I could totally be wrong, but I'm gonna assume M-Brock probably banned FD. But I mean, it doesn't really work out well for Game & Watch either, so that's kind of a double advantage. I hear the ready sound in my ears, which means we may finally be moving into this first matchup between Niagara and DePaul, and yes, all of our analysis ends up mattering at the end of the day. It will be that Mega Man versus that Game & Watch.
All right, yeah, I didn't really expect anything different here, so let's take a look now. And early on, the projectiles.
There they are.
So many projectiles, so many floating pixels flying back and forth.
Yeah, M-Brock is definitely just going to have to play as close as possible, as long as possible, while avoiding those grabs. So it's definitely caught in a middle ground scenario where you see it's super difficult because you can't get too close, but you can't stay too far away. So Mega Man definitely has the spacing advantage, but right now, M-Brock, I mean, they've got the damage advantage. They're putting in the work on Matt Beach for the moment.
Back and forth. Yeah, I mean, Matt Beach starting to get some damage back of their own, though. Gets a nice grab there, a nice toss. Trying to keep this in an advantage state for them, and it's working pretty well so far. Oh, what? Okay.
M-Brock going to be eliminated. Matt Beach, Mega Man's throw, especially on somebody as light as Game & Watch, definitely going to be a terrifying thing to look out for. And this series started off close, but so did the last one for Matt Beach, and then he absolutely dominated toward the end of it. So that looks kind of like what we're seeing here. Maybe he just needed to get warmed up once again. Oh. Yeah, this is looking... Oh
no.
M-Brock with the misinput. That's what that looked like there. The recovery doesn't come through, and that's a full-blown stock just sent down the drain. Matt Beach just gets to take full advantage. This is really starting to look like a 3-stock early on.
It is indeed. Matt Beach looking to finish it off, but M-Brock does not want to go down like that. See if they can make something happen.
Yeah, 55% last stock, and Mega Man only 80%, which is a kill zone, but not against a Game & Watch, and now 88%. We see M-Brock not only in the lead because of stocks, but just absolutely demolished by Matt Beach. That is going to be a very aggressive 3-stock.
I mean, it happened. Matt Beach, he's just better. We take a look at these replays. I really did like this kill, this final one. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, Matt Beach just made the magic happen. M-Brock just was not there, didn't have the same momentum, but as we said between matches, and I'm not sure we've said this live on stream yet, but this is pretty expected to go in DePaul's favor, just after seeing how these matches went earlier on. DePaul gave St. John's a little bit better of a run for their money, and Niagara, of course, lost to St. John's, so just in the pecking order, that does put Niagara at the bottom. And I mean, Matt Beach with the early 3-0 here to show us that analysis might be a little more accurate than we thought.
Well, it is the longest set. I would say M-Brock really is struggling a lot. They seem to somehow, gotten a little bit worse. Maybe they lost some of their momentum because they were playing pretty well earlier into a similar projectile matchup. I remember playing against the Joker. Seemed like they were able to space out well, just wasn't able to find the damage. And they really were even struggling with the spacing, which they were doing pretty well with earlier.
Yeah, no doubt on that.
Definitely just a rough set for M-Brock there.
Yeah, hopefully they can come back a little bit stronger, because if this is a back-to-back 3-0, I mean, that's going to put DePaul at a very advantageous position.
Still picking here. We are going to see, let's see. We banned Lilat and Yoshi's Story. Yeah, I mean, I feel like you could make an argument to ban anything with these two characters.
I feel like neither of them really thrive or deny on any map type, if that makes sense. I feel like they can both find their value in their advantageous positions on any map, really. Just with both these characters, in my opinion at least, comes down to just how well you're playing them yourself, not really how well you're playing them on a certain map.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're still hanging on, they're still working on the stage picks.
Which is funny because we're over here like, it doesn't matter that much, and they're probably in there like, this is the only thing that matters. It's like,
Yeah, I don't know if the stage is the problem.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna comfortably agree with that statement that the stage doesn't feel like it's the issue in this matchup. It really does just feel like a player difference in matchup. But Pokemon Stadium 2 about to bring it back once again.
All right, it looks like we're ready almost. PS2 is going to be the pick.
Pokemon Stadium 2 is a very fun map, and I don't think anybody really gets an advantageous position. Like I said, it's not something where I think one player or the other is really going to thrive because they picked Pokemon Stadium 2, but Mbrock is on the Rob. So that is fantastic because Rob used to be a bit of a meme character, but here in Smash Ultimate, he's a bit of a tank.
Yeah, definitely very hard to launch.
We've got the Robo Boys online here, Rob versus Mega Man. And Mega Man, this is where the projectiles are going to have to come out aggressive, because if you let Rob within your grab range, I mean, you're asking to get 0 to death. Mbrock does seem a little bit uncomfortable, though, just with the play style as a whole. They seem, I don't know, they seem rather, maybe not super comfortable. It's clearly working out as Matt Beach is taking in the damage here, but overall, it really does seem like maybe we're seeing Mbrock not as comfortable as they want to be in this position. They've got the advantage. Question is, can they keep it? Because right now, Matt Beach looking to turn that around.
Well, they did not switch off the Game & Watch at all earlier today, so maybe it's a new secondary that they're trying to bring out, or maybe they just felt like they had to do something differently after they just got completely silenced on the Game & Watch in that first game.
Yeah, Game & Watch definitely was a comfort pick. Mbrock very clearly executed that play style very well, knew exactly what they were doing. And on the Rob here, it feels a little clunky. It almost feels like this is just trying to pick a character with a similar play style. And while that does occasionally work, in this scenario in particular, I think Mbrock might pay the price for it. They are, however, a little bit harder to launch, and that at the end of the day could be a difference maker.
I mean, they were completely equivalent on damage there for a little while. That was pretty interesting. I mean, it's looking so much closer somehow. They're tossing this disc back and forth. Oh boy.
It does confirm. Weird. Okay, Mbrock definitely could have recovered from that, but I'm not sure what happened there. Happens to the best of us. They're going to flip it right back around. Matt Beach able to somehow survive with fantastic DI there. Mbrock trying to pick up any kind of elimination before taking damage. Unable to do so quite yet as the spring from Mega Man gets in the way a little bit there. 135% on this Mega Man is quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, and especially against Rob, you could certainly find a kill. But, there it is. That was a pretty good combo. Not sure he needed that whole combo, but...
Yeah, I think an up throw would have just done the work, but I mean, the combo was flashy, so it looked nice.
Yeah, I'll take it. But Matt Beach now starting to get into the groove of this matchup. Oh my goodness. Tries to spike him.
Matt Beach
can't quite get the second one.
His favorite activity is spiking people off the map. You can tell he always goes for it. When given the opportunity, if he can, he will. And they've only landed the one time, but it was nasty when it happened, so I'm not surprised to see Matt Beach coming at it again. Mbrock somehow still at that percent disadvantage, and maybe just has to play a little bit slower than what we're seeing, or maybe just a little bit faster. Just the momentum right now feels so weird to me.
Yeah, it does. It feels like almost like it's in slow motion.
Good snipe.
Yeah, that was actually pretty impressive. Okay. So he's able to get the recovery back on to a neutral state. Both at very high percent right now. Mbrock is playing it much better here.
Yeah, Mbrock maybe just needed a little bit of warm-up. Maybe wasn't planning to bust out the Rob today, but even as slow paced as this matchup has felt, I mean, in reality, it's only been 2.5 minutes, and or 3.5 minutes, and it's something that, oh, that could have been nasty, but instead, Matt Beach able to roll through it. The percentages really could not be closer. Both these players well into their kill percent. Question is, can one of them find the move they need? Because neither of them, I mean, actually, Rob has quite a few kill moves, and Matt Beach has quite a couple on this Mega Man, and finds the utilization onto one of them. Mbrock now down in the deficit, just a wee bit. Can they turn this fight around? Yep, there's the up air, and that's going to be what matters. Right back to 0%. We're going to go all the way to last stock here.
All right, let's see. Yeah, I mean, it's just been much closer. Matt Beach was completely dominant. But the thing is, even though the damage feels closer, the game still feels like Matt Beach is in control.
Agreed. Matt Beach on the Mega Man just playing very slow, playing very patiently, and Mbrock isn't necessarily playing aggressively into it. They're almost both playing different versions of the same slow play style. You know, this may just feel a little bit slower because we're watching Rob. He's not really known for his speed, but I don't know, both these players, I feel even Matt Beach earlier had one of the fastest matches we've seen all day, and now this one, we've gone under the 2.5 minute timer.
Yeah, I mean, well, we did have one that went to 12 seconds. I don't think this one is going to get quite to that point. But it's definitely, they are ticking down the clock. And Mbrock is so close to death here, mainly being kept alive by Mega Man's lack of kill moves and Rob's incredible tankiness. But finally, he goes down. And Matt Beach gonna get a solid 2-0 here in the first game.
Mbrock definitely looked a lot cleaner on the Rob. It started off pretty rough, and I gave them quite a hard time for it, but I was excited to see the Rob come out in general. They are just barely going to have that series taken out from under them, but like you said, Matt Beach, pretty clean 2-0. Maybe not as clean as they'd hoped, both only being a single stock, so DePaul not going to get a massive lead here, but a lead nonetheless.
Yeah, we're looking at the replays. You know,
even the replays feel slow. I don't know if I'm tired or what, but that match just felt very slow between those two characters. And yeah, like I said earlier, they're both relatively slow in their own right, so I'm not surprised to see that. Moving into our next matchup, though, I've got a feeling it may be just a little bit faster.
Let's speed it up.
The speed we expected to see, but not the speed we were gifted with today. Mbrock really did bring that down to the wire with that final elimination. Had they been able to avoid that single forward air, I think Mbrock really would have had a decent chance to turn that last stock around.
Most definitely. Next, we're going to see Bobby Time facing off against Tin Can. I believe it's going to be Tin Can. It definitely will be Bobby Time. So Bobby Time we haven't seen yet today. They're another DePaul player, and as it comes with being a DePaul player, another juggernaut. Bobby Time, incredibly talented player. Definitely scary player to go up against. Tin Can, of course, was the Ike player from earlier. Ike always is never going to be counted out. You can always spam nairs and hope for victory. So we'll have to see how it goes between those two.
Yeah, no doubt on that. We're really going to have to see how well each of these players can perform, and hopefully they can really make the magic happen with this. It's been relatively rough for, like I said, DePaul, they confirmed that victory, but they're only up by 6-0, which isn't necessarily a great map. I mean, it was a one-stock bullet, or no, it was 3-stock the first time, wasn't it? I don't actually remember. It was not a great win for Matt Beach, but a convincing one nonetheless, and Bobby Time can hopefully bring back the speed a little bit more than we've been seeing recently.
Yeah, and actually, interestingly enough, it's going to be Tev, not Tin Can. So both teams switching it up on us. Tev was the Luigi player.
Yes. The Luigi player who went up against the Pit Young Link scenario, and something that he ended up coming out on top of, which is, of course, very important. So maybe Tev can come on and help with this one as well, and put something on the table for Niagara here.
I think Tev showed they can adapt to different scenarios, which is always good. Is it going to be enough? That remains to be seen. We'll have to find out as we work on getting these players into the lobby here and they work on getting their picks.
Now, earlier we saw Tev play that Luigi, which was surprisingly effective, and as you mentioned, Bobby Time is not someone we've seen yet today, so they might be able to bust out really whatever they want.
Yeah, still working through the bands. I can't remember who Bobby Time plays.
I honestly have no idea. I don't think I've seen Bobby Time play quite yet. I've seen a lot of players from DePaul, but I don't think Bobby Time was one of them, and will be today, luckily enough. And as we move into our second matchup of our final series of the evening, you know, DePaul has that 6-0 lead. Can Niagara bring this back?
I mean, I think anybody could bring it back. The question is, can they bring it back against DePaul, who's been so good all year long? Now, I don't know if they're off their game or if St. John's was on their game, but definitely uncharacteristic of them to lose.
No doubt.
Losing that one to St. John's.
Yeah, absolutely.
6 points is by no means
expect to see.
By
yeah,
no
6
means
points
insurmountable.
Yeah, it's definitely a climbable thing here, a mountain that is we've seen climbed by St. John's just one game ago. Can Niagara do the same thing? DePaul walking away 0-2 would be shocking.
Yeah, definitely. I think so. I don't really see a way that DePaul could accept a loss, but they might just have to have it handed to them if that's what's going to happen, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I really don't think it's going to. Like I said, Niagara, at least to me, for the 3 teams we've seen today, are kind of on the bottom of that totem pole. And DePaul, they've secured that second place spot for sure, but St. John's currently undefeatable in the Vincentian Cup. All right, it looks like we are waiting now to get these players into the lobby. Tev and Bobby Time still waiting just a little bit. We apologize for the downtime between these matchups. These players takes them a little bit of time to really get figured out and decide what they want to do moving forward into this next matchup. But Niagara, they're going to bust out, like we said, Tev, who was in my opinion the player to watch out for on that team last time we saw them. So I'm sure we are going to have nothing but a masterclass of just Smash Bros coming up as soon as Tev is here with us.
Alright,
Okay,
so it looks like we're
yep.
getting ready. Yep, so we ban FD, ban Town, and PS2. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah,
We're
definitely.
going Smashville.
Smashville, all right. Definitely an unconventional pick, not a pick you'd expect to see very often, but something that, you know, at the end of the day, it's a pick that works out nonetheless. And if we see Luigi, Smashville's a good pick. I have no idea what Bobby Time's going to play, so I can't really go into full analysis here. But if Tev can play the same way they did earlier, depending on their opponent, they could take this pretty convincingly and put some points on the board for Niagara.
They definitely could, so we'll have to see. Looks like we are finally ready to bring you into this game.
We are going to be seeing, it looks like, Pokemon Trainer versus Luigi. I'm a huge Pokemon Trainer fan as well. Great character to watch, not one that I play personally. I don't know how to do it as well as these guys do. But we see Bobby Time coming in, and it's going to be, yeah, it's going to start on that Ivysaur versus Tev on that Luigi here.
Yeah, and I think that really makes sense. Usually you want to use the Squirtle to try and get some rush down, build up some early damage with the combos. You're not going to have a good time trying to do that against Luigi, so going straight into the Ivysaur really makes sense here for the PT. Try and spam some of these projectiles, just make life difficult for this Luigi.
I definitely agree, PT right now. I mean, 60% on the board, they're just now going to take their first damage. And Tev, I mean, dropping the taunts left, right, and center here, not something you love to see from somebody playing mid-game. And Tev, I mean, dropping the taunts and being on the losing side of the engagement, that's a weird place to be.
Yeah, usually you don't see that very often. And he's paying for it. He takes that first stock and he really doesn't even get much damage down at all.
Yeah, that's going to be a first stock already down the drain. That's really not a good look for Tev. Bobby Time only taking 12%. Tev, not doing much at all.
Yeah, Bobby Time, I mean, just struggling to do... Or sorry, not Bobby Time. Bobby Time is really suffocating Tev on this Luigi. Tev does finally get in there, get a little bit of damage, but not much. Bobby Time just keeps it on going.
Yeah, right now, Bobby Time just has the wheel, I mean, glued to his hands at this point, just putting in the work on Tev, who's currently down a stock, able to finally pick up one of those Luigi combos, but against an Ivysaur, it's a tough thing to do, because Ivysaur can really do the damage quickly, as we've seen, and we're going to maybe see once again, but good DI comes in, saves Tev's butt at the end of the day, but the recovery just barely able to bring him back onto the map. 107% Luigi. That is not a place he is supposed to be living.
Alright, let's see. Oh man, is he going to be able to get it? Bobby Time and Tev fighting back and forth right now. Tev is at very high percent.
Yeah, Tev at 1.
Ivysaur does not have a lot of kill moves. Does have a very good spike, but Bobby Time didn't go for it there.
Oh, gonna be the down throw instead. Bounces Luigi off the ground. This could very well be a 3-1. I think Bobby Time took like 35% on that second stock there for Tev, and I mean, you can absolutely survive that percent with an Ivysaur. I mean, especially if you bust out a Charizard, you can really start dumping the damage on this Luigi. Wow. Tev is just getting absolutely dumpstered right now by Bobby Time. Several rookie mistakes coming out from Tev here.
Yeah, definitely. Bobby Time just kind of doing whatever he wants. Another 3 stock there. This is why we say DePaul is so good. This is what they've been doing to teams all season long. It's just demoralizing. The skill that these guys have up and down the roster, they're incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Bobby Time being subbed in, just 3-0s Tev, one of the, like I said before, this is one of the players to watch out for, but the Tev that we saw now is not the same Tev that we saw last round. We saw this Tev taunting and spamming and not engaging even a little bit, when the Tev earlier, I mean, was absolutely dominating in their performance. So this felt like a whole new player to me.
Yeah, was he tilted? I don't get it. I mean, he just seemed like mad for some reason.
Yeah, the playstyle just did not go well, and Bobby Time just put in the work and took full advantage of the fact that Tev maybe wasn't bringing their absolute A game. Going into the next matchup, I mean, I can tell you right now, 0% chance we're going to see Bobby Time swap off that Pokemon trainer. That was, with a performance as dominating and suffocating as that one, like, you're not going to swap off there, but Tev might have to swap some things up, because that was unfortunate.
I mean, it really is. You gotta wonder what's going through his mind right now. Yeah, I agree. I don't expect Bobby Time to swap. The PT, because of the nature of PT being 3 characters in one, there really aren't very many bad matchups. It's just that you have to know how to play them. And I don't, especially after winning like that in dominating fashion, I don't really see him swapping for anything.
Yeah, I really don't think there's anything that's going to convince Bobby Time to swap off, Pokemon Trainer with such an aggressive win there. That's already secured a 9-point victory. And now it looks like we're waiting. No, it looks like we are going to have our map confirmation come through, and it's going to be, there are a few timelines I see Bobby Time swapping through here, and it's something that I really don't expect to see. With the Ivysaur coming out again, if Tev goes Luigi, it does make sense, but Tev seems to be waiting a decent while to choose who to pick. Maybe they're struggling, who counters Pokemon Trainer, because it's clearly not Luigi. No, it's going to be Toon Link.
Interesting. All right, so I mean, to be honest, I still feel like there is nothing that counters Pokemon Trainer. It's just that you have to play the matchup better, which makes it very difficult.
Absolutely. Tev's going to bring the bomb out early on. Tank, 31% already coming out, but Toon Link, don't let that small size fool you. Toon Link can dump in the damage and put in the work. This is already going better for Tev, finding 55% and forcing the swap off Ivysaur, something we hadn't already seen. Here comes the Squirtle now, just trying to get close, combo into this Toon Link as best you can, and the bomb's coming out. It's going to make it really difficult for Bobby Time to find the space they need.
I can't believe they tried to start on Ivysaur again against Toon Link. I feel like I would go back to the Squirtle and just play the traditional PT style.
Yeah, no, for sure.
You can't out projectile Toon Link. You're not gonna do it.
Yeah, you really are. You get 0% chance you're gonna out projectile Toon Link. And right now, Bobby Time able to find the stock off the back of one of these shots here, but right now also about to lose a stock of their own. Over 110 really. You gotta swap onto that Charizard and just pray you don't get comboed here. Trying to find even a second stock onto Tev here would just be disastrous for him.
Oh man, okay. Bobby Time just racking up the damage again. He's a full rage Charizard right now.
Full Rage Charizard, of course, very strong, but of course much easier to kill than a normal Charizard. And right now we see Tev, yeah, the back throw, that's going to confirm 163%. That is a lethal amount. Bobby Time coming back in hot on the Squirtle, just trying to find any form of elimination they can, or just trying to dump in the damage. 53% advantage. At the end of the day, that's not really that much considering the advantage they had early on. The recovery's already been used! Okay, no, there it is. Okay, I thought the recovery had already come out, and I thought Tev was done for. The Water Jet there coming from Bobby Time almost finds the elimination early on, tries to do it again, but you've got to wait out that recovery or that plan doesn't really come through.
Yeah, Squirtle out now, and this is really what I was expecting to see from Bobby Time as they then go to the Ivysaur. Ivysaur is also good for the really good aerials, especially the Nair and the up air, as you see there. The up air does so much damage. Even the down air for spikes. Lots of great aerial options for the Ivysaur.
Absolutely. I think the terrifying thing we're seeing about Bobby Time is they can play all three. There's a lot of people at the lower levels that can play Pokemon Trainer. They can play Charizard and Ivysaur, or maybe just Ivysaur and Squirtle. But no, we've seen Bobby Time very impressively playing all three of these Pokemon and doing it well.
Doing it well indeed. The damage is still in favor of Tev, but the stock's obviously in favor of Bobby Time. The Charizard is coming out. Bobby Time is ready to finish off this match.
Yeah, Bobby Time trying to take a very convincing 2-0, definitely trying to put in the work and trying to find these eliminations as fast as they possibly can. It's been a great matchup so far for Bobby Time. Tev trying to do what they can. This isn't going to be a 3-stock, but it's looking like it could be a 2-stock if Bobby Time can find even one of Charizard's moves here. Jinxed it. Caster cursed it.
You had to do it to him. Alright, the bomb comes down. So, Tev... Oh, Ivysaur comes out. Oh, wow.
Wow.
And there it is. There it is.
Yeah, that's gonna be quick as that. Tev, the powerhouse from Niagara, the one we saw before, just absolutely demolished by Bobby Time on this Pokemon Trainer today.
Oh, we'll take a look at the replays. There's the final kill from Bobby Time. The forward air.
There's that final elimination. And now this time we get to see some eliminations coming through from Tev with a much better performance on the Toon Link. We just saw the first time the Luigi just got absolutely dominated, completely suffocated out by that Ivysaur. And now this time, Toon Link definitely found their footing a lot better. Back throwing a Charizard to death even.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely positives to take from it, but Bobby Time still easily coming out on top of this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. Something that we can see is Tev made the adaptation, just unable to find the value off the back of it. And that was definitely unusual. Tev came in seeming very confident on that first matchup, the taunting, the spamming. I thought it was kind of just a build-up, a hubris, so to speak. But instead, it turns out that Tev just was actually getting demolished.
All right, let's see. So we're going to be seeing Schwa up next from DePaul, another new player that we haven't seen yet. And on our schedule, it says Darkat, but it could change. It has changed so far for Niagara.
Yeah, it has changed quite a few times in the blink of an eye there. And DePaul, they're now up 12-0.
Yeah, 12-0 now for DePaul. That's a very tough... I mean, our scores today, Game 1, St. John's beat Niagara 17-10. Game 2, St. John's upset DePaul 15-14. Now here in Game 3, DePaul up 12-0.
Now, we've pretty much seen this exact thing earlier. I mean, this is where St. John's was, and they won. So, I mean...
That's true.
They're down,
That's
but they're
true.
not out. Niagara, I mean, what we need from Niagara is the next 3 players to not drop a single matchup, and it is still technically winnable.
That's true. Yeah, anything can happen here. It is going to be Tin Can, so the Ike making its way back to the stage finally. We've been waiting on it. Let's see, what did the bands look like? Looks like we banned Town, banned PS2 and Smashville. Oh, we are going to Final Destination. I know that you've been waiting for that one. Okay. Septilence, are you okay? Okay, so it looks like Septilence may have died. We'll work on getting him back. And in the meantime, well,
Hello, everyone, and it looks like I suffered a little bit of technical difficulty, but it looks like I am back. I'm currently casting from my phone until my computer hopefully fixes it. I did not want to miss what is destined to be a phenomenal matchup.
yeah, we really can't wait to see what's going to happen here. Schwa and Tin Can looks like are almost ready to go. Taking a look at the bands here, just to remind everybody, we banned Town, banned PS2 and Smashville, and we are headed to Final Destination, which I know Septilence has been waiting for all day. So
I was so excited, my computer completely crashed.
And it's going to be Ike versus Incineroar. Okay.
Yeah,
Incineroar is always fun.
Yeah, Incineroar, a great character to watch, and not something you expect to see, but it definitely makes sense against a heavy hitter like Ike, because if you don't play a heavy hitter against a heavy hitter, you're really going to fall into a deficit, and it'll be really difficult to make things work.
Ooh. Tin Can going for the up special. Doesn't quite do much. Ah, man, I wanted to see the Haymaker.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get some
I
damage.
would be very excited to see some things come through here. And Tin Can definitely taking the percent disadvantage here. Schwa trying to find the damage early on, but has to play very close. And playing close into a sword fighter is, of course, a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah, that's really the whole advantage of that sword, is it basically acts as a free spacer for you. Makes the positioning much easier and much more difficult on your opponent to try and get in there and get some damage down.
Yeah, absolutely. Things are just looking absolutely phenomenal so far, trying to dump in this damage as fast as they can, but Tin Can taking just a little bit more. Schwa definitely able to come out on top of this, but Tin Can only one effective move away from really being able to take a stock on Schwa.
Yeah, but him being at full rage, okay, never mind. I was going to say him at full rage, he could easily take a stock as well, but loses that. Now he needs quite a few hits to get Incineroar into kill range, even as an Ike. And Schwa on this Incineroar is building up more damage now onto Tin Can. Tin Can trying to make something happen, setting up this edge guard. Oh, and perfectly timed there. Gonna take that stock and try and even up the score.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what they're trying to make work here, and evening up the score is exactly what they want to be working on. It's going to be a phenomenal look so far, and it's something that you don't expect to see coming out this early into an engagement. But Schwa, with that 70-ish% advantage here, Tin Can trying to find the value, trying to tie the series back up. Well, right now, it's going to be a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah, it really is going to be very difficult now. Let's see, Tin Can trying to find the damage here, but Schwa playing this matchup so well. Just being able to get in range, being able to ignore the hits of this powerful Ike makes things so much easier for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a nice hit there from Tin Can. Oh, Schwa coming up off the ledge, gets some damage in. Not going to quite kill. Now Tin Can almost full rage, and you see the power of it there. That move not quite going to kill, but it was very close. Can't time it right there on the edge guard.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, but that's certainly going to kill.
Yeah, the kill finally does end up coming through, and Schwa, just when they had the advantage, they're going to make sure they actually get it right back. Not quite the advantage, but they are able to tie the series up, if even just for a moment. We see it's going to come through and really help them out here. Schwa just barely in the lead, going to be able to find that revenge, and Tin Can going to have to really struggle to hit them before they're able to use that, which they are able to do. Tin Can now at 70%, Schwa at 45%, but both these characters notorious for the damage they can take and still survive.
Oh, no.
Unfortunate to see. A very unfortunate thing. We see a fantastic, just patient neutral B come through from Tin Can, and it sends Schwa into the stratosphere.
Yeah, that really makes things difficult. You just stay on the ledge a little bit too long, and you get taken down. That's what's so tough about playing against the Ike, though, is you have to come up perfectly against that move.
Yeah, absolutely. You really have to time that well. And I mean, just Schwa waited far too long. They waited until their hitbox was gone, and then Tin Can just followed up off the back of it. That's very clearly Tin Can's win condition, is just use those neutral Bs off the side of the map, which is pretty much the only way you can really play Ike off the side of the map like that.
All right, and as we get ready for this next one between these two, let's see, we're banning Lilat in town. Interesting. Lilat in town. We were just on FD, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe a Yoshi's story here, perhaps? I honestly have no idea.
Looks like we're still thinking it over.
I don't know, it's gonna be quite unusual, because I feel like we're in one of those scenarios once again where map type doesn't necessarily matter when you're running Incineroar versus Ike. It's really gonna come down to individual performance and how well each of these people can really understand the character they're playing.
All right, here we go. Back to FD, 2 in a row. Interesting that they wanted to run it back, but I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, it was pretty close, but was it close enough to run back a mirror match like this? I'm really not sure, to be honest. Schwa somehow able to find an early advantage, but 2 hits from Tin Can essentially ties it up on this third stock for each of them. They're just desperately trying to dump in that damage early, because in the heavy hitter matchup like this, finding an early stock just almost guarantees you a win.
see. So getting in damage back and forth, as Ike does. Oh my goodness, Incineroar. That move is just so lethal against so many characters, but against Ike, just doesn't seem to do much of anything. Oh my goodness, so much damage out of this character.
Yeah, truly. We see Tin Can really does find a lot of damage early on, and it's been high value up to this point.
Okay, that time it worked. He's able to clothesline him, send him off stage, even up the stocks here, but still. Okay, okay, and it looks like we're having some technical difficulty.
Yeah, looks like we may have gotten booted out of the matchup, a slight technical error or something that unfortunately can't be avoided. But hey, we had a pretty good idea what was going on right before the match ended, so we can take our guesses before we get back.
Well, it seems like right now Schwa's really hitting in some big hits on Tin Can's Ike. Man, you hate to see it.
Yeah, you really truly do. In the middle of what was destined to be a very great match, just we get booted at the end of the day. You know, it happens to the best of us, and it's something that we unfortunately aren't going to be able to avoid, especially working in the online community like we are now, when we can't really have those LANs due to the pandemic and whatnot. But you know, we can really hope for the best for both these players.
Yeah, so we'll be going through these replays as we take a look at some of the plays that happened already in this game. Hopefully they can keep us up to date on how this game has gone between these two.
Yeah, absolutely. We may... And it looks like Ike able to come out on top of the engagement once again. Tin Can does end up winning that engagement, and that's going to be a 2-0 victory over Schwa.
Yeah, that's really good for Niagara here to get some points down at least. Start working their way back. Is there a world where DePaul 0-2s? I don't know. If the schedule, tentatively, we have softly scheduled Cookie facing off against Dark Cat. So it is confirmed to be Cookie. You're going to be seeing the Nair spamming Palutena coming back to the stage. Well, actually, Cookie was pretty good about using the other moves besides Nair. But Dark Cat on the Dark Samus really struggled. And I'm not sure that Palutena would be the best matchup either.
Hello?
Let's see, are they going to confirm? No, it's going to be Fiction up next.
Did my computer fix? Just a quick question. Hello?
Well, I can hear you.
Oh, perfect. Well, I'm back on my computer, so that is a great sign. My internet just completely crashed for no reason, so I completely apologize about that, everybody. Hopefully it bears with me for the rest of this destined to be fantastic matchup. Yeah, that was another quick one. Tin Can takes that 2-0 victory over Schwa, and we've got we've got 2 more matches coming up for you in just a second here.
Yeah, it's going to be Fiction up instead of Dark Cat. Fiction is, of course, Niagara's team captain. But earlier he had a tough set against Jay Grunt. Now, to be fair, pretty much everybody has a tough set against Jay Grunt.
Yeah,
But
that's fair enough.
let's see.
All right, it looks like we are going to end up throwing into a quick break. I'm going to try to analyze my technical errors a little bit more, and we're going to wait for these new players to get into the match. So we'll see you guys in just a minute. I don't expect this break to be very long, so don't go far. We've got plenty of Smash Bros. Left for you. What is going on, everybody? After several technical difficulties and one heck of a long time to pick the maps, it looks like we are going to finally be coming through. We've got Fiction and Cookie back on Falco and that Palutena, respectively. This is something we saw earlier today, and just to update everybody, DePaul's representative is, of course, Cookie, and Niagara University's representative is NU Fiction. So that's something to keep an eye out for. We've got that Palutena finding an early 40% in the engagement, something you don't expect to see this early on, but already able to stack up 60%. Fiction's already got quite the hill to climb. Looks like they're going to be able to put the pressure on right away. 62, take the lead out, blink of an eye, but when you've both got all three stocks left, that close of a percentage hardly matters.
Yeah, it's definitely... I mean, the thing is that Fiction's starting to bring it back and actually do even more damage on the other end. Cookie on this Palutena, of course, is pretty strong, has made lots of good plays throughout the year. Originally, Dark Hat was scheduled, but I guess they felt a little bit better about Fiction going into this matchup.
And it looks like that may pay off, as although we see Cookie with a slight percentage advantage, we definitely see this is a relatively close matchup, and Cookie definitely didn't perform quite as well as we expected earlier on, ended up losing that engagement to the Pokemon guy whose name I can't pronounce. And now we see Fiction already taking the lead as well. That's the one, Alomalola, yeah. We saw Cookie end up losing that engagement earlier on, and that's something that might happen here as well, as NU Fiction, or Fiction as a whole, just absolutely has the advantage here, stacking up that extra percent already, only 106% on their first stock.
I just want to see Cookie finish off this stock. Usually it's something they're very good at, is not allowing the extra credit, but right now, Fiction is getting so much extra credit. 150% on this test. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely. This is something, I mean, 123% against Falco is not something you'd expect to see very often, but it looks like we're going to see the damage just keep coming in. 133%. Cookie's just able to find the cleanup off the back of this kill, and now 65% on their second stock, and Fiction rocking 150% on their first.
Oh my goodness. Is Fiction going to be able to take one before he loses this? He's got full rage. He's going to have to hit a couple combos, and yeah, all Cookie needs is one good hit. There it is. So Cookie evening up the score and getting the Nair train. Choo-choo! It has left the station. That was like, what, 4 in a row right there, getting some damage?
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, Cookie, I mean, just sometimes gets them into these Nair locks and then just drops the combo, which I've never understood. If you keep up the Nairs, like, it's nasty how aggressive they can be. Like, those Nairs alone basically tied up this series. Now Fiction gonna be 85%, and just Cookie only a couple percent ahead. All of a sudden, this Palutena's back in the game.
And the grab there, the back throw, getting a little bit more damage. That one's not gonna kill just yet.
Yeah, definitely unable to kill so far, but now Fiction gonna be able to find the up air off or onto Cookie off the top of the map there, so definitely a great look. Now it's gonna be 2 stocks to 1 stock, but something tells me Fiction might not be holding onto this stock for much longer.
Let's see. Fiction, such a high percent right now.
Wow, 167.
How is he living?
Falco is not notorious for being a tanky character, and I mean, that dash attack shows you how tanky that character really is, which is not at all, but still, somehow we see the magic happening. Cookie, I mean, just could not find the elimination out of that Falco in time, but now Cookie really trying to take the reins, Palutena trying to put in the work, but Fiction definitely giving him a run for their money on this.
Alright, Cookie might actually be able to turn this around, building up so much damage. Question is, can they finish? Seems like they've had so much trouble. Oh, but there it is!
There it is, never mind! Scratch
Cookie brings
everything
it back.
you were about to say. I was just about to bring up that exact same thing, that Alomamola earlier took a great advantage of the opportunity and the fact that Cookie was really difficult, or not very good at using kill confirms, but now we see against Fiction, Cookie was in fact able to confirm a kill here. This is a weird one for sure. Definitely, it almost seemed unintentional with how fast it happened, but no, it's 100% intentional. The follow-up off the back of it, the back air, just I mean, that's going to send Fiction to the graveyard.
It is indeed. As we look at some of these replays here, this, I believe, was Fiction taking that second stock. And it's crazy because almost from beginning to end, Fiction was in full control. And then, you know, just like that, Cookie just takes it kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah, that definitely felt all of a sudden, kind of blink of an eye, and all of a sudden Cookie had that on lock. It's perfect. I mean, that's exactly how it needed to go. A phenomenal back air finds Fiction off the edge of the map and secures a decent victory for Cookie.
All right, we're waiting. Let's see. We're going to be banning FD and Smashville, and we're going to Battlefield. I don't expect to see any character changes here.
Agreed. Yeah, no, exactly. Palutena and Falco come back. It looks like Battlefield is the map of choice, which is something that I wouldn't expect to see very often come out, but no, it is in fact going to be Battlefield. And I do think this gives a mild advantage to Falco, but Palutena can definitely take advantage of these platforms.
Most definitely. So we're coming into it, and yeah, we're already seeing Palutena taking so much advantage, being able to more easily hit their projectiles, getting lots of damage in. There's an air. And see, now I'm confused. Fiction just lost last set. Why would they pick Battlefield when it's so clear that this is just a place where Cookie can eat?
Yeah, I mean, this is... Yeah, this is definitely something that I didn't expect to see come out. And like I mentioned at the beginning of this, Falco, I think, has that mild initial advantage. But with the aggression we're seeing from Cookie, the Cookie is not giving Falco or Fiction any combo setups, which is what Falco's all about at the end of the day, is utilizing the map and just utilizing the opponent to combo for as far and as long as possible. But Cookie just constantly suffocating down on Fiction, not giving them any room to breathe, is definitely giving them a huge advantage. Fiction, I feel like you can tell Fiction's starting to sweat a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. But, I mean, even if he's sweating, he's still making it look easy as he's racking up the damage onto Cookie here, trying to prevent that extra credit. And he's really able to. Only 6% damage that he took for free, taking that stock back and evening things up. But Cookie coming right back into it.
Yeah, Fiction definitely sweating a little bit, but who knows? They may perform best when they're cornered. As I agree, that last stock take from Fiction was quite impressive. Cookie now trying to put in the damage, and Fiction trying to set up any kind of combo using these platforms, but just unable to do so. It's something that you'd expect to see a little more consistently as the Falco player. It's all about setting up combos, but right now Cookie just not giving them the room to even think about a combo at this point. They're just trying to stay alive. Oh, great move there, but it's just Fiction with a better shield. The idea was great. Cookie was on top of it, trying to read the move, but Fiction just barely half a step ahead, and that at the end of the day is what cracked that wide open and made that difference.
All right, Falco back up to stage now. Damage slightly in favor of Cookie here. Oh, a nice dodge and a grab and the back throw and the stop.
Yeah, great.
Cookie with a great
job. Great job, great back throw, great shot. I mean, bad DI. Everything just worked out so perfectly for Cookie to confirm that elimination.
Cookie, such high percent. Can Fiction confirm the stock and try and even things up?
It's pretty close. Fiction definitely in a doable position where they could really capitalize off the back of this, but with what we've seen so far, I'm really not sure that's going to be able to happen as easily. Cookie, one half-decent Nair train away from confirming a 2-stock victory over this Falco. Tries to find the up smash on the side, a very common strategy from Palutena's, but doesn't work quite yet as Fiction's fire a little bit stronger. The up smash comes from Fiction. At the end of the day, that was a perfect shot, and now it's going to be 1-1 with Fiction already 111%. Cookie, possible, never mind. JV2 no longer possible.
Yeah, not gonna happen this time, but still a long way to go for Fiction if he wants to win this one, and now he's off stage, which is exactly where he doesn't want to be. Palutena has so many edge guarding tactics, and there it is.
That's gonna be that. Cookie with a very impressive 2-0, much better than the Cookie we saw earlier today.
All right, and we're gonna see some of the replays. Cookie, and you know, it wasn't perfect, but a 2-0 is still a 2-0.
Yeah.
Cookie puts up a great performance there. Fiction also played really well, but Cookie was just that little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely not a good look, and all that really did was confirm DePaul's victory here tonight. As Niagara, they can't do anything about it. The most amount of points that Niagara can score is 8, and that's not going to be enough for them.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because of those 3 stocks, Matt Beach and Bobby Time both got 3 stocks in their games, and that makes the big difference here. Now, Cookie, of course, sealed the win there, but still, Niagara has to do a little bit better than 2 1 stocks if they want to stay competitive.
Yeah, most definitely. Niagara is... Yeah, it's unfortunately no longer winnable for them, but they definitely want to get more points on the board because 16-4 is... I mean, that's rough. That's hard.
Yeah, it's very difficult for them. So, that doesn't mean, though, that this last match doesn't have a meaning. You will still get cup points for the rounds won, in addition to winning the entire match. It is confirmed Legacy facing off against Dark Cat. Legacy, of course, faced off against J Grunt in the very last match. That was Joker, right? Legacy was on the Joker?
Yes, I believe. J Grunt was on the Greninja, so yes,
Yeah.
Legacy was on the Joker.
Yeah, Legacy was on the Joker, and Dark Cat, of course, the Dark Samus. My edge is going to Legacy. He was a great Joker. I think J Grunt's just a better Greninja.
Yeah,
but
agreed. If there was a hierarchy, it would just be J Grunt, Legacy, Dark Cat, and Dark Cat in any order. Just playing Dark Samus, a very low-tier hero, very difficult thing to do, and going up against a player like Legacy, who the name is no joke. I mean, it's going to be tough to do much of anything.
Most definitely. All right, so we're going to be banning Battlefield first off. That's coming from Legacy, and I think that makes sense. I feel like Greninja would really hate the platforms, and also the platforms would give Dark Samus an opportunity to try and set up some of those projectile plays, make things a little bit easier. So definitely getting rid of Battlefield is going to make things a lot easier for the Greninja.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting rid of Battlefield, definitely a proper call. I think that's a good call as well. Try and get rid of those tri-plats as early as possible. I think could be very high value for Legacy as a whole, just as a player, to get extra aggressive having no platforms. Might help you do that.
And then we're going to ban Smashville in Town on the side of Dark Samus. So does not want to give him the opportunity to rush down. Wants to make sure that they have some platforms. But Final Destination is still up.
Yeah, I don't know. This could really go either way, and I think as we have to really wait out the map pool, there's not much we can talk about because I really think this could be a rather convincing win in Legacy's favor.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like this is DePaul's redemption game, in a sense. They feel like, if I'm in that room, you know, we feel like we should have won that St. John's game. We feel like, you know, that was in our hands and we kind of let it slip away.
Right.
So you definitely got to win this one for your school to get the cup points and for the honor as well. And they are going to go Final Destination. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That'll make things very easy for Greninja. There's no platforms to escape to. For Joker, not Greninja. Why was I thinking Greninja?
Oh, because that is who he lost to be fair. So I can see why you'd make that association, because Legacy did lose to great J Grunt on that Greninja last round. It's going to be, Dark Samus versus Joker, no surprises here. And that's going to be something that I'm not the least bit surprised to see moving into Final Destination. I mean, it's really going to come down to how well can this Joker really perform.
And we'll have to see. I mean, so far, actually, Dark Cat getting so much damage down, really making this Final Destination pick look actually not that bad.
Yeah, definitely not that bad. I have to agree. I FD seemed a little risky for a Samus player, but I guess it makes it so. I mean, Legacy has nowhere to run other than right into Dark Cat, so if they can utilize these projectiles, which is exactly what they're doing right now, I think they could really find some high value off the back of this.
Oh man, so much damage they're pumping out. I mean, Legacy is getting some damage back in on this Joker, but overall it's been the Dark Cat show right now.
Yeah, it really has been the Dark Cat show indeed. It's Dark Cat's world, and right now Legacy's just unfortunately living in it. We just are seeing a big difference between these players in terms of damage that can be dealt. But right now, Legacy slowly but surely racking up that damage, trying to at least tie this up or even find a stock first.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm surprised the stock hasn't been taken yet. Both characters not necessarily heavy and on very high percent now.
Yeah, Dark Samus is definitely heavier than Legacy, but that doesn't mean that she's really heavy at all. Legacy takes 135% damage and still finds that first elimination. A phenomenal job.
Maybe that's just the disadvantage of the Dark Samus not having the kill. Coming in now, but now it has been evened up. Oh, a huge hit there on that projectile for Dark Cat. That was like 20% damage right there. Oh my goodness.
Oh!
Greeting for damage messes up the recovery.
That's disastrous. Yeah, this series that looked so convincingly in favor of Dark Cat. I mean, the first match all but handed to Legacy after that.
Arson out now for Legacy on this Joker.
Oh, and a phenomenal read, steps back, uses that forward smash, and that's going to be that. Legacy just gets walked on for the first 30 seconds of this match, and then just picks it up and demolishes Dark Cat afterward.
I gotta say, Joker's win screen is probably my favorite in the whole game.
Definitely one of the coolest in the game. I've got to agree with that. And as we go to the replays, there's that step back forward smash, and that's definitely what really sealed the deal on that final elimination there.
Yeah, great little combo from him. We see as well him trying to use the projectiles there, but getting punished a little bit by Legacy. Legacy seemed to be surprised almost by the aggression from Dark Cat's Dark Samus. Did kind of work his way through it, though, throughout the match.
Yeah, the mid-match adaptation from Legacy is absolutely the reason they won there. They started with a playstyle, and they ended with a very different playstyle, and that is something that really worked out for them. It's very difficult to adapt, especially against it's very difficult to adapt, especially against players that you don't see very often in that competitive ladder, like that Dark Samus or like maybe that Luigi, like we saw earlier. But as we see, Legacy adapted perfectly and did a phenomenal job doing so. And as we move on to Pokemon Stadium 2, I think we can see a very convincing win from Legacy here.
We definitely can. So the band's coming through already. Band Battlefield and Kalos, so we're going to PS2. And I like that as well. Surprise. Yeah, I guess I wouldn't willingly go to Final Destination as a Dark Samus. I think it makes sense to go towards the Pokemon Stadium 2, try and get some platforms in there.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that sentiment. I think that's a great observation as well, that Pokemon Stadium 2 just makes a little more sense at the end of the day. And the question is, can Dark Cat capitalize off the back of it? We saw the early damage, but we saw the failure to follow up on a kill, and that might be the very same reason that may cost them the series here.
And we're getting started now. Joker really starting to take a lot of damage here. Really just kind of letting Dark Cat run at him.
Yeah, I think it almost may be intentional just to get that Arsene online, because that just seems very unlike Legacy to voluntarily take that amount of damage, but no, they choose to do so. They try to capitalize off the back of Arsene, and they almost tie up the percentage in doing so.
Trying to get the grab there. Finally, the grab goes through for Dark Cat.
Yeah, Dark Cat relying a little bit too much on that tether grab, and oh,
you hate to see it.
That is so upsetting for Dark Cat, who really still had a decent grip on the series, but now being down an entire stock, all these hits just 3% for Legacy. I mean, this feels like it's already over.
does. But, well, it really doesn't. I mean, Legacy is in kill range. If Darkcat can find a hit before giving up too much extra credit, he's giving up 20%, which is a lot, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, well, I think it may be possible for Darkcat to come back. Just the skill gap we've seen between these two players in terms of performance just really makes me think that maybe we're not going to be seeing that quite yet. And I don't know, like, we see 50%, it's still kind of a lot, but kind of not that much. You're not in your kill zone, so you can come back from it, but I don't know, it feels like this may be over for Darkcat, even though they confirmed that stock there. I don't know, they've been making some risky plays that we've seen Legacy really taking advantage of.
Alright, well, we did even up the stocks, but too much extra credit was given. Now a 90% disadvantage here in terms of the damage for Darkcat. Can he bring it back, though? We'll see. He's trying to build up some momentum now. Yeah, he's just going for these grabs when there's really no chance at it at all. I know there's a long grab range on this Dark Samus, but he really going for it from a very long range and messing up the recovery there as well.
Yeah, Darkcat really struggles just off stage in general. That's really where we've started to see them not necessarily thrive.
So we're almost even in the damage, but a full stock lead for Darkcat now, or sorry, for Legacy. Legacy coming back up to the stage. Oh, almost
Darkcat
messes up the recovery again.
Yeah. Just playing so far off stage, like, it hasn't worked out for you 2 times before this. Why on earth are you trying to do it a 3rd time?
Just trying to build up damage. There's a kill, okay. Even up the stocks, still a 60% damage deficit. Doable, but very difficult for Darkcat here.
Yeah, absolutely, and we see that things are definitely not working out well in favor of our Joker player here, and Legacy trying to follow up off the back of this, but Darkcat really starting to put in the damage, and I have to admit, you know, I thought this was over for Darkcat with the sloppy performance we were seeing, but now this is their now or never moment.
I mean, can they make this comeback happen? It's so close. Back and forth. He's still trying to go for these tethers.
Yeah, the tether grabs, I mean, you don't, when you play a tether grab character, you don't really rely on the tethers nearly as much as we're seeing here coming out of this Dark Samus, and that's something that, I don't know, that's not something you'd expect to see very often, but of course, you know, to each their own and to each their comfortability, so be it. But right now we see Legacy just really trying to put on the damage into Darkcat here, but really struggling to do so. The neutral B almost finds the shot out of the Joker, but no! The series is, excuse me, the match is gonna go to Darkcat here.
Absolutely incredible the way they turned that around. Darkcat, well done.
Truly. I mean, almost, I mean, technically 2 SDs in the mix there, but we see they still end up coming out on top of that engagement.
Coming up to stage and just, oh, you hate to see it. There's nothing that you could really do there. That was covered perfectly by Darkcat.
Yeah,
SD.
it really was. There's that first SD, yeah. And it looks like we might see that second one here. The second one wasn't necessarily an SD. It was just a bit more sloppy gameplay coming out of Darkcat. But the first one, I mean, it was just rough.
I mean, this is basically an SD. I don't know what happened. Maybe you lagged out.
I think Legacy used their gun foot, and it interrupted the recovery. I don't know if that's what happened, but production thinks there may have been a footstool in the works there, and that does make some sense off the back of that, and that would explain why there was not even an attempt at a recovery coming out of Darkcat there. And I mean, that would make sense at the end of the day, and we've got one more map left for you guys. Darkcat versus Legacy, the score is 1-1, and even if Niagara can't win the series, can they at least win this matchup?
Well, I think they certainly can. I think Darkcat has shown some skills on this Dark Samus. He's definitely not to be underestimated. But I think Legacy is just a very strong player on this Joker.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. Legacy a force to be reckoned with, and it looks like we're going to go back to Pokemon Stadium 2. We're not going to see any changes coming out. I think we're going to have to see a lot of playstyle changes coming from Legacy if they want to win this, because when they got slow is really when Dark Cat really started to take advantage of the Joker matchup.
3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. The last game of the day. Dark Cat trying to get some damage down, but it's not working. It's all Legacy right now.
Yeah, and this is exactly the momentum Legacy needs to keep. They need to suffocate this Dark Cat, this Dark Samus, into not being able to really play at all. They need to find early value. They need to find early damage. That's exactly what we see is happening. 50% already, but the grab comes through, and it looks like 25% to boot. So right now, they had a lead, but Dark Cat really trying to take it back.
He's trying to take it back, but Legacy just continuing to get so much damage through. Now, they're both kind of dancing around each other. Not much damage coming through at all. Nice little projectiles from Legacy there. A good little combo. Getting a little bit of damage now. Has built up to 100%. Could be very dangerous. Arson is not going to be coming out for a little while here.
Yeah, but only taking 25% and almost taking a first stock of your opponent, you may not even need Arson quite yet, so it's almost a better thing that we don't see Arson coming out quite yet. But it looks like, you know, the more damage done, the higher that scale is going to rise. So maybe even finding an elimination without Arson would be bigger than kind of utilizing him here to confirm an elimination. But no, as Joker players always do, just Arson off cooldown the way you always see it, and still struggling to confirm the kill out of this Dark Samus. I mean, it's been a minute and a half, and they're both looking at 3 stocks. There we go.
All right. So the first stock finally goes down. Dark Cat's still struggling to build any damage out of Legacy. There's a nice grab, but he can't combo it into anything. Arson is gone now.
Yeah, Arson gonna be gone, and almost to waste there. I really feel like we could have seen Legacy confirm that kill without an Arson to boot, but now it's gonna be down the drain, and it doesn't really matter as Legacy currently just picking up a lot of extra damage.
And Legacy continuing to build up. I'm not even sure if we can call it extra credit at this point. It looks like he's getting ready to take another stock. That's a lot of projectiles coming through, but here comes Arson again.
Yeah, here comes another Arson. Those projectiles look like they may have been tanked just to get Arson out of the engagement, and that's a fantastic play. The forward smash comes through, the forward air, excuse me, comes through from Dark Cat onto Legacy, but all the way across the map. There's not enough knockback in the world. Instead, it's going to be the recovery, the up B that takes the stock on Legacy and gets rid of Arson. So now, all of a sudden, we see Dark Cat at the deficit once again, almost putting themselves in the lead here, tying up the stocks.
Yeah, but just took so much extra credit damage. I mean, there's really not much you can do now. He is able to hit a huge projectile there to work his way halfway through that deficit, but now Arson ready to come out again. Legacy hasn't been able to do much with him so far, but let's see if that can change this time around. And there it is.
Change. A great forward air is gonna get rid of Dark Cat right away, and I agree, the neutral B, that neutral special we saw from Dark Cat, it's 51% onto Legacy. It's the only damage they've taken since losing that first stock.
Legacy continuing to pump in the damage with the power of Arson here. Above in damage as well as stocks. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, right now Legacy just has quite a stranglehold on this matchup. Not nearly as close as the second game so far, but we saw Dark Cat come back from a deficit then. Maybe they'll be able to do the same now.
Getting a little bit of projectile damage in there. Dark Cat needs to take this stock, like, basically now.
Yeah. Yeah, they're getting danger close to just having the series taken from them. But there's the stock elimination. It's going to be a one stock to one stock scenario here. Dark Cat 80% in the disadvantage, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're out of the engagement quite yet.
Ooh. Trying to charge up that neutral special. Gets punished. Dark Cat now at basically kill range. This is going to be bad. Legacy just needs to find one good hit.
Yeah, Legacy looking for even a dash attack at this point, and somehow still hasn't taken a lick of damage, which is just an impressive feat within itself. Somehow able to shield, desperately looking for that JV2, and it looks like they're really going to struggle to find it. As now Dark Cat is simply just running, just trying to farm these projectiles and stay alive. Oh my goodness, how is Legacy? There we go. Legacy finally takes 1.3% of damage and can get even more aggressive. Now that that JV2 is off the table, it doesn't matter. They just need to confirm this one stock victory.
Oh, and
it's going to take a
is.
simple up smash or an up air, and that's really all it's going to take.
And I love this. I don't know why I love it so much. It's not like crazy or anything, but the Joker windscreen is just, and the music and his little run. I don't know. I like it. It's cool.
Yeah, absolutely. That was just a great performance overall. And I mean, that was, other than Tin Can winning against Schwa, that was a 4 victories out of 5 for DePaul there. So that was no doubt a phenomenal performance from them.
Great stuff here from the first day of the Vincentian Cup. We are going to be trying to get an interview up soon. I believe it's going to be Matt Beach from DePaul whenever he's ready for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Just today could not have been better. We had some incredible games and some incredible players. And everybody, once again, this will be my final reminder of the stream. Don't forget, this is a charity stream after all, and this is a donation-based stream. If you type !donate in the chat, you'll be able to see what we're talking about. There's a website that'll take you to everything you want to know. And these donations go to not 1 or 2, but all 3 schools. They will be split among the schools. So please keep that in your mind, keep that in your hearts. And if you can't keep that in your wallets, at least help us promote the tournament that we have going on this weekend, because it's all about simply getting these donations to come through. That is, at the end of the day, what this Venetian Cup is all about. Vincentian. All right, we are now going to bring our interviewee in, and we'll get to talk to Matt Beach from DePaul a little bit. Matt Beach. Hello. Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, just barely, but yes, you're with us.
Okay, great. Yeah, sorry, my microphone could be a little weird, so I mean, I'll try to be a little bit louder if possible, but let me know if I cut out or anything.
All right, I will be sure to do that. My first question is, how are you guys feeling? You know, you lose one, but you win one without much of a second thought. So, I mean, where do you guys sit after your performance today?
I mean, we're pretty tired, in all honesty.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
One grind to have like the 2 matches back to back. But we're feeling a lot better about it now. It was rough because it was such a really good game against St. John's as well.
Absolutely.
So like, as fulfilling as it was to be like, all right, we didn't get crushed. It was like it still stung a bit. It was like, dang it, that was so close. If we did this better, if we did that better, we could have easily won it. But like, we were able to kind of bring it back for this one. So I think a lot of us are feeling a lot better about it now.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I understand that. The other question I want to ask you, this is something I posed as well to our representative from St. John's. How does the Vincentian mission drive you, not just as a student, but as a Smash player, part of the community, and part of the team at your school as well?
Well, one of the biggest things that like the whole motto of the Vincentian mission, and like, you know, something that we've talked about at DePaul all the time is like what must be done. Something that has really, I think, been how we've translated that into not just the Smash community at DePaul, but also just like the general esports community, is the whole idea of like inclusivity, not just of like people that are, you know, in not just like a one group of people that are in like a certain like clique or like a certain like friend group to begin with.
Definitely.
Yeah, through like esports and through Smash tournaments, like, you know, when we would host like tournaments in person, you know, we'd have people coming together that would never be able to meet each other before and be able to find not only like a good group of friends, but also a place that they can identify with a little bit more personally. Be like, all right, well, I'm at DePaul, you know, I might major in this, that, but also I'm a part of the community for this game. Like, I'm a part of the Smash Brothers community. I'm a part of the League of Legends community, or I'm a part of like the Overwatch community, and so on and so forth. So the fact that we're able to bring together so many people from all sorts of different walks of life and be able to give them a spot to shine, like, but you know, as both a competitor and as a community member, has been, I think, the way we've been able to kind of like convert the Vincentian mission into esports.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's really great to hear. I love, seeing how these communities form in collegiate esports and how people really rally around each other and really learn and grow together. So it sounds like that's what you're all about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us today, and extend our congratulations to your teammates as well. You guys put on a phenomenal performance today, and you really kicked butt in all of your roles, so thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you so much for having us on. It's been a blast to be a part of this league. We're having a really good time. It's been a lot of great practice for us, but also just like being able to like work together as a community. So thank you guys so much.
Absolutely. Thank you again, my friend. And with that, everyone, we do finally get to call it an evening. So thank you so much for joining the Vincentian Cup. There's so much going on tomorrow. There's more games starting at 3 p.m. tomorrow. I'll be there a little bit for the back half of that. And then Saturday is where the finals of all of this really gets to take place. I believe that starts at noon. So definitely be sure to stick around. Drop a follow on the channel if you haven't already, so you'll get notified next time we go live. But our day finally gets to come to an end. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. I've been Septilence here with Cool J, and we'll see you next time.